In January last year. The move came after Supreme Court appointed committee which probed the security breach during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Punjab in January 2022. BJP national spokesperson Sambit Patra said that the nation will not accept the fact that Congress MP Rahul Gandhi goes and seeks international intervention on internal matters of the country.
Europe and United States of America, why are they oblivious? ये शांत क्यों है, ये चुप क्यों है? Why don't they protect the democracy in India? मतलब this is an open invitation. ये एक खुला निमंत्रण है कि आप आइए और भारतवर्ष के आंतरिक लोकतंत्र में आप आके घुसपैठ करिए और आप हमें नेता बनाइए.
Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with his top ministers to discuss parliamentary strategy for the second part of the budget session. Prime Minister arrived in Parliament to conduct the meeting before proceedings of both houses resumed on the 7th day of the second leg of the budget session. Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj hits out at the ruling government over the state budget and said that central government is planting fake image of Aam Aadmi Party and is also hatching a conspiracy against the Delhi government.
कल यानी कि 20 तारीख को शाम को 6 बजे जब एक खबर चल पड़ी कि दिल्ली का बजट अब तक केंद्र सरकार ने रोक दिया है, तब मुख्य सचिव 6 बजे जो है वित्त मंत्री को कहते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से रुकावटें आ गई हैं. क्यों नहीं दिखाया गया वित्त मंत्री को पहले? इतना बड़ा षड्यंत्र मुख्य सचिव किसके कहने पे कर रहे हैं? ये सवाल तो बनता है, दिल्ली वालों का सवाल है.
The Ministry of Home Affairs has finally approved the Delhi budget 2023-24 and the approval for it has been sent to the Delhi government. This comes a day after Ministry of Home Affairs sought clarification from the Aam Aadmi Party government as its budget proposal had high allocation for advertisement and relatively low funding for infrastructure and other development initiatives. BRS leader K. Kavita submitted all the phones she had used so far as she walked in for the third round of questioning in the Delhi excise policy at the Enforcement Directorate office. Kavita was seen brandishing the phones in front of the media before entering the ED office. BRS MLC K. Kavita arrived at the ED office for questioning in the Delhi liquor policy case. ED has already questioned her for over 10 hours regarding her alleged role in the Delhi liquor policy case. In a letter to the Enforcement Directorate, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister KCR said, and I quote, "These phones are submitted without prejudice to my right and contentions and larger contentions whether a woman's phone can be intruded in the teeth of her right to privacy," unquote. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court today will hear the bail petition of former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who is currently in ED custody. This is in connection with the alleged irregularities in the framing and implementation of the excise policy in the national capital. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia's then personal secretary in the Excise Department, C. Arvind, has been summoned by ED today, that is the 21st of March, in connection with the money laundering probe into alleged irregularities in the now scrapped excise policy case. The name of fugitive diamantaire Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore PNB scam, is understood to have been removed from the Interpol database of red notices on the basis of his plea to the Lyon-headquartered agency. CBI remained tight-lipped on the development. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge attacked the government for Mehul Choksi's removal from the Interpol database of red notices, saying fugitives are getting respite while the ED-CBI pursue opposition leaders.
तो सवाल नहीं, बार बार वो पूछते रहेंगे, हम उसको नकारते रहेंगे, उसमें कोई माने नहीं है कि होना बोल के इशू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए कर रहे हैं. तो पहले तो देखिए हमारे एम्बेसी पे हमले हो रहे, उसके बारे में उनकी कोई बात नहीं है. उसके बाद जो यहाँ के बैंकों से पैसे उठा लेके जा रहे हैं
मेहुल चौकसी को इंटरपोल ने सर हटा दिया।
मेहुल चौकसी ऐसे लोगों को प्रोटेक्शन देने वाले देशभक्ति की बात करना ये एक मजाक है।
Echoing the same, Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha hit out at the centre and said that BJP government paved the way for Choksi. He further added that central government helped Choksi to get Antigua citizenship.
उस आर्थिक भगोड़े मेहुल चोक्सी को दूसरे देश एंटिगुआ नाम का एक कैरेबियन देश है, उस देश की सिटीजनशिप दिलवाने के लिए भारत सरकार ने नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट दिया।
Income Tax Department conducted raids at around 5 places in Bengaluru on offices belonging to real estate and stock market listed company Shobha Developers, where at least 50 IT officials divided into 5 teams raided the offices of Shobha Developers at Hudi, Panatgatta and 3 other locations. Kannada actor Chetan Kumar has been arrested after his tweet on Hindutva stirred a storm on the internet. The Seshadripuram police in Bengaluru arrested the actor as his tweet stating Hindutva is built on lies went viral online on Monday. A complaint was registered at Seshadripuram police station based on the tweet by Shivakumar of Bajrang Dal. A 30-year-old cooling tower of a power station in Gujarat Surat city was demolished today through a controlled explosion. Now, according to officials, that 85-meter tall RCC tower was brought down by 262.5 kgs of commercial explosives. The cyber cell of Nagpur police has registered a case against a man for allegedly posting offensive comments on social media which had direct references to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. According to the police, the accused made certain references to Gadkari in the post circulated on WhatsApp. Prime Minister Modi will be visiting Karnataka on the 25th of March to participate in programs organized in Chikballapur, Bengaluru and Devangiri. Now, according to the state headquarters, the Prime Minister will arrive at HAL airport in Bengaluru in the morning and on that very day will move to Chikballapur to inaugurate Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. Amid infighting within Karnataka's ruling BJP, Saffron Party's MLC from Kalyan, Karnataka region, Babi Rao tendered his resignation as a member of the Legislative Council. It is believed that his resignation came in the wake of the denial of a ticket to the aspirant leader from Gurmitkal constituency by the BJP. Supporters of Leader of Opposition in Karnataka Assembly Siddaramaiah held a protest outside his house in Bengaluru demanding that he contest the upcoming elections from the Kolar seat. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV, Siddaramaiah said, and I quote, "Nobody has told me not to contest from Kolar and I will take that decision shortly," unquote. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant chaired a meeting of senior officials to review preparations and infrastructure for the upcoming G20 meetings in Goa, which are scheduled to be held in the next 4 months. Sawant said that Goa will host 8 meetings of G20 from April to July, and of these, 2 are related to health and tourism ministries. At least 10 persons hailing from Rajouri were injured after a passenger vehicle they were travelling in met with an accident near Aknoor along Srinagar-Jammu highway in Jammu district. This happened on Monday evening. The uncontrolled bus reportedly entered a house near Tanda under the Aknoor subdivision jurisdiction. In a fresh Khalistani provocation in Canada, a journalist, Sameer Kaushal, has now alleged that he was on his way to cover Indian High Commissioner to Ottawa, Sanjay Kumar Verma's visit when he was threatened by pro-Khalistani activists. Remember, Indian High Commissioner to Ottawa, Sanjay Kumar Verma himself had to cancel his attendance as nearly 200 protesters, some wielding swords, had also gathered at the site. A group of pro-Khalistan protesters attacked and damaged the Indian consulate in San Francisco, prompting sharp condemnation from Indian Americans who demanded immediate action against those responsible for it. India lodged a strong protest with the US chargé d'affaires over vandalism at the Indian Consulate General in San Francisco by some pro-Khalistan elements. Reacting to the recent incidents of violence by extremist and separatist elements worldwide, Baljit Singh Dadwal, the former president of the Haryana Sikh Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, said that such incidents affecting the Sikh community should not take place. The SGPC leader said that Sikhs have contributed a lot to India's freedom movement and people should not do anything that affects the image of the Sikh community across the world. A day after Indian consulate in San Francisco was targeted, White House has also now condemned the violence, saying that vandalism by pro-Khalistani protesters will not be tolerated and strict action will be initiated.
How did it impacted your ties with India, not having an ambassador on the ground in Delhi?
It always helps if you have a Senate-confirmed ambassador in a country, particularly one that's so important like India to us in the region and around the world. But we didn't let that stop us. President Biden has prioritized that bilateral relationship, and even though without an ambassador, we certainly had a very competent charge there and a very competent career staff in the embassy that were able to continue to advance our foreign policy interests and this bilateral relationship, and did so quite effectively. But obviously, having an ambassador is always important, and we look forward to.
Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is en route to Ukraine to hold a meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Kishida is the only G7 leader who did not visit Ukraine. The meeting comes after Japan's premier had visited India, where he held delegation-level bilateral talks with Prime Minister Modi. A massive multi-alarm fire has destroyed a Burlington County church. Now, according to officials, the fire broke out at the Fountain of Life Center in Florence. On Monday evening, the fire was so severe that a portion of the roof collapsed while the entire building was engulfed in flames. White House reacted to Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the war with Ukraine, and warned any attempt by either country to call for a ceasefire that does not include the withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine will not be accepted by the world.
We hope that President Xi will press President Putin to cease bombing Ukrainian cities, hospitals, and schools, to halt the war crimes and atrocities, and to withdraw all its troops. But we are concerned that, instead, China will reiterate calls for a ceasefire that leaves Russian forces inside Ukraine's sovereign territory. Now, any ceasefire that does not address the removal of Russian forces from Ukraine would effectively ratify Russia's illegal conquests, enabling Russia to entrench its positions and then to restart the war at a more advantageous time for them. This would, the world should not be fooled by any tactical move by Russia, aided by China or any other country, to freeze the war on its terms without any viable pathway to restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky announced new aid packages from Europe and United States. European Union countries have endorsed a fast-track procedure aimed at providing Ukraine with sorely needed artillery shells to repel Russia's forces. A Russian representative walked out of United Nations Human Rights Council meeting in Geneva ahead of a report accusing Moscow of committing war crimes in Ukraine. UN member states condemned North Korea's latest missile launch, calling for action to be taken against Pyongyang's belligerent policy. This comes after North Korea said it stimulated a nuclear attack on South Korea with a ballistic missile launch over the weekend. That was its fifth missile demonstration this month to protest the largest joint military exercises in years between the US and South Korea.
The only vicious circle in which all of us here in the Council have been trapped is a negative action-inaction cycle. This Council has long failed to act in response to provocative actions by North Korea, and North Korea has taken advantage of the Council's silence and felt free to steadily proceed with its unlawful WMD programs. It is high time to end this negative action-inaction cycle.
A grand jury heard from final witnesses in the investigation into Donald Trump as law enforcement officials accelerated security preparations in advance of a possible indictment as fellow Republicans staked out positions in a criminal probe expected to shake up the 2024 presidential race. A small group of protesters gathered in a park across the street from a court where New York prosecutors wrapped up their probe into whether former US President Donald Trump was engaged in an illegal hush money scheme. Groups of angry demonstrators took to Paris's streets in the wake of the adoption by Parliament of a divisive pension bill after lawmakers in the lower chamber rejected two no-confidence votes against the government. Several hundred people walked through central Paris as bins and plastic bags were set on fire, while some called for the resignation of French President Emmanuel Macron. New evacuation orders were put in place near two small central California towns where a levee was breached following recent downpours as yet another winter storm brought the threat of major flooding. A total of about 1,400 people who were ordered evacuated because of the possibility of residents becoming isolated due to impassable roadways. After 2 weeks of thrilling, edge-of-the-seat and intense cricketing action, which saw some dreams coming true and some hearts getting shattered, the race towards the inaugural Women's Premier League trophy has narrowed down to 3 teams, namely Delhi Capitals, Mumbai Indians and UP Warriors. An all-round show from Delhi Capitals marked by top-notch spell from Marizan Cap and explosive knocks from Elise Capsey and Shafali Verma helped them chase down the target of 110 runs in just 9 overs to clinch a 9-wicket win over Mumbai Indians in Women's Premier League match. After registering a thumping 9-wicket victory over Mumbai Indians, Delhi Capitals all-rounder Marizan Cap believes her whole bowling group deserves this Player of the Match award. An all-round show from Delhi Capitals helped them to clinch a 9-wicket win over Mumbai Indians in Women's Premier League. Indian skipper Rohit Sharma said that the team management will continue to back batter Suryakumar Yadav, who is under scrutiny after a string of low scores in ODIs despite experiencing one of the best peaks in T20I cricket. The skipper insisted the dynamic batter will be given more time to find form at the ODI level. Rajasthan Royals revealed the full coaching staff for the upcoming Indian Premier League 2023 season. The team from Rajasthan will continue to have the services of Kumar Sangakkara as head coach, Trevor Penny as assistant coach and Dishant Yagnik as fielding coach. Tokyo Olympics bronze medalist Lavlina Borgohain and 2021 Asian Championship bronze medalist Sakshi Chaudhary put up stellar performances and registered impressive victories to advance to the quarterfinals of the IBA Women's World Boxing Championships. Double centuries from Kane Williamson and Henry Nichols and top spells from Blair Tickner, Michael Bracewell and Tim Southey helped an all-round New Zealand crush Sri Lanka by an innings and 58 runs in the second test of the 2-match series in Wellington on Monday. Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra will be training at Turkey's Gloria Sports Arena for 61 days. The 25-year-old, who under the Target Olympics podium scheme funding had trained at Gloria Sports Arena last year as well, will head to Turkey on the 1st of April and will remain there till the 31st of May. Spain's Carlos Alcaraz reclaimed his world #1 spot after clinching his maiden Indian Wells title by defeating Russia's Daniil Medvedev in the final of the tournament on Monday. Marcus Rashford, Mason Mount and Nick Pope have withdrawn from the England squad for the Euro 2024 qualifiers against Italy and Ukraine. This comes after Manchester United forward Marcus Rashford suffered a knock during win against Fulham in the FA Cup.
We
have to be much tougher as a nation. If a state government does not defend national interest and national security, then the center has to immediately step in. We cannot be so soft and so indecisive that a person like Amritpal, a nobody, first becomes a national security threat, then becomes so out of control that he organizes a private fully armed battalion around him, attacks state policemen. When the state wakes up, this man Amritpal vamooses and organizes a car chase with thousands of security forces in Punjab. Now we know that drug dealers are giving Amritpal Mercedes SUVs to drive around in. Why? Didn't the security agencies not know about all this till now, or did they allow? If a state government does not defend national interest, then the center has to step in, whether people like it or not. These are not legal matters. These are matters of national security.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही है, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, massive protest that took place against the TSPSC paper leak. ABVP students' union staged a protest, tried to seize Pragati Bhavan, which is the official residence of CM KCR. Meanwhile, the police has been deployed at the spot and took the ABVP activists into custody and shifted them to a local police station. Here's what happened.
Well, the TSPSC paper leak roar, which has been escalating here in the state of Telangana, well, now the war of words between the opposition parties and the ruling government also has been going on, amid which we see that the ABVP activists tried to stage protest at Pragati Bhavan, which is the official residence cum camp office of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, demanding justice and also demanding a thorough investigation into this TSPSC paper leak roar. Well, we also have been seeing that few days back the Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao had also stated that government will do all the needed facilities which will be provided to all the students, and also a thorough investigation will be done into this matter, whereas we see that the opposition parties have been blaming the ruling government, that's the BRS government here in the state of Telangana, that the people involved, the accused in this matter, are related to the few people are related to the political leaders, and that is the reason why they are demanding a proper CBI investigation or a separate investigation should be carried up into this matter. And now we see that the protest had broken out at the CM camp office by few ABVP activists.
We have to be much tougher as a nation. If a state government does not defend national interest and national security, then the center has to immediately step in. We cannot be so soft and so indecisive that a person like Amritpal, a nobody, first becomes a national security threat, then becomes so out of control that he organizes a private fully armed battalion around him, attacks state policemen. When the state wakes up, this man Amritpal vamooses and organizes a car chase with thousands of security forces in Punjab. Now we know that drug dealers are giving Amritpal Mercedes SUVs to drive around in. Why? Didn't the security agencies not know about all this till now, or did they allow? If a state government does not defend national interest, then the center has to step in, whether people like it or not. These are not legal matters. These are matters of national security.
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
have to be much tougher as a nation. If a state government does not defend national interest and national security, then the center has to immediately step in. We cannot be so soft and so indecisive that a person like Amritpal, a nobody, first becomes a national security threat, then becomes so out of control that he organizes a private fully armed battalion around him, attacks state policemen. When the state wakes up, this man Amritpal vamooses and organizes a car chase with thousands of security forces in Punjab. Now we know that drug dealers are giving Amritpal Mercedes SUVs to drive around in. Why? Didn't the security agencies not know about all this till now, or did they allow? If a state government does not defend national interest, then the center has to step in, whether people like it or not. These are not legal matters. These are matters of national security.
And breaking news is just coming in. You're looking at another CCTV footage right now of Amritpal that has surfaced at the toll plaza. We are given to understand this is in Jalandhar, where the Waris Punjab Day chief is said to be present in the vehicle. This is dated March the 18th. And if you look closely at the time stamp, it says 11:27 a.m. This is on March the 18th, where the CCTV footage from the toll plaza has been captured in Jalandhar. Amandeep is joining us and he has more details about what you're seeing on your screens right now. Even as remember, the manhunt for Amritpal continues and we still do not know about his whereabouts. The police have been trying to indicate that they're doing their best to ensure that this man is apprehended as soon as possible. Amandeep is joining us live. Amandeep, first up, we are looking at this entire CCTV footage on our screens that dated March the 18th. There are a lot of questions, Amandeep, that one will ask. That clearly we do not see much of a presence of anyone. There wasn't a manhunt per se launched to ensure that this particular car bearing this number that is carrying Amritpal is stopped or nabbed even at the toll chaka. Now, where does this road exactly lead to and what is the police saying? Why has, he been allowed to move out perhaps of Punjab like this, as many are right now apprehending that he could have actually moved out of the state of Punjab completely?
Absolutely, Dipti. The point is, first, if we talk about the CCTV footage, this is exactly the location and the toll plaza where the entire trap was led by Punjab police to nab Amritpal Singh. And in fact, when he has crossed the toll, one car ahead him is Breeza PB02, that is Amritsar number, and behind him Amritpal's Mercedes, in which his uncle Harjeet Singh was on the wheels, and in fact Amritpal Singh is just sitting next to him. So they basically, and 11:27 a.m. is the timings when they have crossed that toll plaza, and after that the entire operation held and Amritpal escaped from that net. But yes, the question is, till the time Amritpal Singh has not landed into the police net, uncertainty is sustaining in Punjab. The Punjab police has claimed that they are launching a manhunt to nab Amritpal Singh, not only in the states. Now they have extended their raids and connections to the other states also, just because the possibility is getting high as the time is passing through that he has left the Punjab and moved to other state, or he has shifted its base to Nepal for a safer zone. And in fact, now the police is coordinating with the intelligence agencies to get the information and possible hideouts of Amritpal Singh. And meanwhile, they are also questioning the people who have been arrested in the 6 FIRs and asking them what are the possible hideouts, what are the strong connection where Amritpal Singh can made his shelter to protect himself from this arrest. So they are getting the information, they are trying to gather the information, procuring the locations where the possible hideouts. But yes, cordon and search operation is still underway. Wherever police is getting the leads, they are reaching to that location, questioning the people, picking up the people, detention is happening, a lot of things are happening. But the fact of the matter is, Deepti, that 8,000 policemen were on the ground on 18th of March. And senior police officials, IPS officers, they remain. They were leading the entire operation, and their prime target was to nab Amritpal Singh. But everybody has been nabbed, everybody was arrested except Amritpal Singh. So somewhere down the line, even the same question has raised by the Punjab and Haryana High Court also. When Punjab government has filed their report, even High Court questioned the operation of Punjab police if they have pressed so many force to on the ground to arrest Amritpal Singh, except him, everybody in your custody. What is your operation means then? If Amritpal Singh was leading Waris Punjab, he is the one who was raising his own malicious army, and he can do anything now. He's still on the run, and in fact he is still exploiting and utilizing his connections to mobilize the youth. Yes.
Amandeep, a lot of what you've said is in public domain. These are questions that are being asked of the Punjab government, the Punjab police, the central agencies also considering that this, remember, was a manhunt that was launched, Amandeep, by the Punjab government and the central agencies together.
We've heard from Bhagwant Singh Mann, we've heard from Arvind Kejriwal. Both of them are lauding the AAP government and whatever they've done so far. But tell me something, there is another video that has been accessed of Amritpal from Hoshiarpur in Punjab. Now the distance again between Hoshiarpur and a lot of other important cities is not too much. Is there an understanding and acceptance of the fact that he could have already escaped the state of Punjab? I mean, is there any confirmation to that effect? Or Punjab still is a state where they are looking for Amritpal?
Well, Dipti, the information we are receiving from our sources is that either Amritpal Singh is in Punjab only or he has left to Nepal. Just because in the midway, Amritpal Singh is not having very strong connections with the people where he can take the shelter and protect himself from the police. And even earlier also, the Punjab police has sealed the border connecting to Rajasthan, Haryana and Himachal. But now Punjab police has informed the central agencies that kindly pick up the sources and sound an alert at the Nepal border, just because Amritpal Singh, from where he was getting the fundings, from where he was getting the support outside the India, Nepal was the closest and the most accessible place from where Amritpal may get support. And in fact, the ISI, he was directly in touch with the ISI and ISI was funding him. And certain ISI agents are sitting in Nepal to provide the shelter, just because the money that was sent from the Pakistan, that was completely channelized through Nepal. And certain connections were being exploited by Amritpal Singh and his supporters also to fund this Waris Punjab Day. So the Punjab police is having a very concrete evidence to this. So that is the reason they are in continuously touch with the intel agencies, center intel agencies, and they have asked them to sound the alert and asked them to active their sources in Nepal to find out Amritpal Singh. And in fact, they have also shared the 2 photographs of Amritpal Singh. One when he was in Dubai, when he was a cut shirt with a very nice hairstyle and short beard, and one photograph when he has just he has just turned into the baptized Sikh with a long kurta and with a turban and with a long beard and wearing all the weapons. And that both the photographs have been shared with the intel agencies, just because now the apprehension is he might change his looks also to avoid the arrest, to hide his own identity. So many things are getting in. But again, Dipti, the fact of the matter is that he is still at large. He is not in the custody. Yes.
That is the point. And who's responsible for this, Amandeep? That's exactly what people today, and I do remember the Punjab and the Haryana High Court also, when it was listening into this matter earlier, has actually asked that question of the government, that how did you allow Amritpal to be walking free like this with weapons, with arms, with ammunitions, something now that has been seized and captured. You're looking at all those images, and also one more image of utter incompetence by the police there, because this is a check naka, remember, in Jalandhar, where he's just allowed to pass through. Now clearly there will be questions raised of the police, and they say, we are trying, we will nab this man as soon as possible. Amandeep, for asking those tough questions and for getting us that insight, thank you so much. Let's also shift our focus now to get you other stories that we are tracking this afternoon in brief. You're looking at images right now also of K. Kavita, who earlier has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and even as that is happening, she has submitted all the phones that she had used so far as she walked in for the third round of questioning in the Delhi Excise Policy at the ED's office. She was seen brandishing the phones in front of the media people before entering the office. In a letter to the Enforcement Directorate, K. Kavita says, and I quote, that these phones are submitted without prejudice to my right in contentions and larger contentions whether a woman's phone, she said, can be intruded in the teeth of her right to privacy, unquote. Supporters of the leader of opposition in the Karnataka Assembly, Siddaramaiah, held a protest outside his house in Bengaluru, demanding that he contest the upcoming elections from the Kolar seat. Speaking to Republic, he said, and I quote him now, nobody has told me not to contest from the Kolar seat, and he says he will be taking a decision shortly, unquote.
The IT department has conducted raids at around 5 places in Bengaluru on offices belonging to real estate and stock market listed company Shobha Developers. At least 50 IT officials divided into 5 teams have raided these offices at Huddi, at Banarghata and 3 other locations. Stepping up the attack on the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, the BJP's spokesperson Sambit Patra says that Rahul is present-day Mir Jafar who went overseas seeking help from foreign forces to become a Nawab in India. He also alleges that Rahul Gandhi will have to apologize in the parliament at any cost.
Europe and United States of America, why are they oblivious? ये शांत क्यों है, ये चुप क्यों है? Why don't they protect the democracy in India? मतलब this is an open invitation. ये एक खुला निमंत्रण है कि आप आइए और भारतवर्ष के आंतरिक लोकतंत्र में आप आके घुसपैठ करिए और आप हमें नेता बनाइए.
The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has written to the Prime Minister requesting him to not stop Delhi's budget amidst the row between the centre and the AAP dispensation in the national capital over the issue. He's also accused the centre of blocking the Delhi budget. All this happened after which the budget, we are learning, now has been passed. Leaders of several opposition parties earlier were stopped by the police during a protest march over the Adani issue at the Vijay Chowk in Delhi. The Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge has accused the police of preventing these MPs from presenting their case for a thorough investigation into the matter. BJP leaders and workers staged protest across Telangana over the TSP-SC paper leak issue. These protesters alleged that the IT minister K.T. Rama Rao was a conspirator behind the scam and demanded his resignation from the state cabinet. These images are coming to us from Jaipur, and doctors there took to streets to protest against the government's right to health bill. These protests also went out of control. The police were seen using water cannon to disperse the protesters. Medical services have also been hit in the state as doctors have said that the statewide indefinite medical bandh will continue. The Bangalore police detained the Kannada actor Chetan Kumar after his alleged anti-Hindutva tweet that gained widespread attention. In the complaint against him, it was claimed that his tweet, which says, and I quote him now, that Hindutva is constructed on lies, unquote, offended the sentiments of the majority community. Breaking news, there is a report of another threat call that has been received at the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari's residence in Nagpur. The caller has asked for a ransom of rupees 10 crore. We are heading into a break right now. On the other side, Interpol withdraws the red corner notice against Choksi. The Aam Aadmi Party hits out at the centre, calling this a failure.
at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
The leader of the opposition in assembly, Mr. Siddaramaiah, where the Congress workers from Kolar are going on to get off him, stating even as thousands of workers of the Congress are coming out in huge numbers requesting him that he should be contesting from the Kolar assembly constituency as well. Sir, will you be contesting from Kolar? Yeah, we try to.
Welcome back. Here with us in Republic. Let's also put our focus on what's been happening in the poll-bound state of Karnataka. There is too much of a headache in the Congress's camp. Remember, after there have been reports that there is an internal survey in the Congress party that does say that Siddaramaiah must not contest on the Kolar seat, there is a lot of friction. You've seen a lot of resentment in the workers. We've seen thousands of these workers who literally rushed outside the residence of Siddaramaiah to say that he must contest on the Kolar seat. But whether he'll do that or not, again, is anyone's guess. Siddaramaiah himself says that till now, he hasn't taken a decision on which seat he will be contesting the upcoming Karnataka elections from.
Thousands of Congress workers have stormed into the leader of opposition Siddaramaiah's residence, and majority of these workers are from Kolar, and they are demanding that Siddaramaiah should go on and contest from Kolar assembly constituencies. And now you can go on and witness that it's a huge ruckus out here at the residence of the leader of opposition Siddaramaiah as well. And thousands of Congress workers have come out now, and they are having a war of words even with the police as well. And initially it is being learned that there were several talks held between Siddaramaiah and the Kolar leaders as well, but seems like the talks did not fructify, and therefore now more and more number of Congress workers have now barged into the residence of Siddaramaiah as well, and this is going on to create a massive ruckus out here, even as the leader of opposition has requested that he needs more time. And this comes on the backdrop of decisions which were mainly being made at the CEC meeting, where Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC president, and also Mr. Rahul Gandhi had gone on to suggest that Mr. Siddaramaiah should not be contesting from Kolar because it is not a safe seat as well. So this is something which needs to be seen as well, and it's a massive ruckus out here. And meanwhile now it is also being learnt that several other Congress workers from other constituencies too have come in demanding tickets for their candidates as well, because they strongly believe that people from other parties should not be inducted into the Congress, and even if they are inducted, they should be inducted only as common workers too. And this is with respect to the Rajajinagar Assembly constituency as well. So it is only getting, it is definitely getting uglier and murkier as well. And the police are trying to go on and control the entire situation. And we are also having, Mr. Siddaramaiah going on having a word with one of the ticket aspirants, Bhavya Narsimurthy, who is here as well. So it's out and out, it's an out and out garrowing of workers by, the garrowing of Siddaramaiah by the Congress workers here, putting in across their demand as well.
A quick check of more stories we are tracking in brief this afternoon. The White House reacted to the Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Moscow to meet with the Russian President Vladimir Putin on the war with Ukraine, and warned that any attempt by either country to call for a ceasefire that doesn't include the withdrawal of the Russian forces from Ukraine will not be accepted by the world.
We hope the President Xi will press President Putin to cease bombing Ukrainian cities, hospitals, and schools, to halt the war crimes and atrocities, and to withdraw all its troops. But we are concerned that instead, China will reiterate calls for a ceasefire that leaves Russian forces inside Ukraine's sovereign territory. Any ceasefire that does not address the removal of Russian forces from Ukraine would effectively ratify Russia's illegal conquests, enabling Russia to entrench its positions and then to restart the war at a more advantageous time for them. This would, the world should not be fooled by any tactical move by Russia, aided by China or any other country, to freeze the war on its terms without any viable pathway to restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
A grand jury heard from the final witnesses in the investigation into the Donald Trump case as law enforcement officials have accelerated security preparations in advance for possible indictment, as fellow Republicans have also taken out positions in a criminal probe expected to shake up the 2024 presidential race. A Russian representative walked out of the United Nations Human Rights Council meeting in Geneva ahead of a report that is accusing Moscow of committing war crimes in Ukraine. The UN member states have condemned North Korea's latest missile launch, calling for action to be taken against Pyongyang's belligerent policy. This is coming after North Korea said that it simulated a nuclear attack on South Korea with a ballistic missile launch over the weekend that was its fifth missile demonstration this month to protest the largest joint military exercises in years between the US and South Korea.
The only vicious circle in which all of us here in the Council have been trapped is a negative action-inaction cycle. This Council has long failed to act in response to provocative actions by North Korea, and North Korea has taken advantage of the Council's silence and felt free to steadily proceed with its unlawful WMD programs. It is high time to end this negative action-inaction cycle.
It's time for us to head into a quick break. On the other side, there has been a political storm in the parliament yet again. Amidst apologized Rahul demand, the opposition continues to raise the Adani issue, staging a protest. The full story on the other side. Also in a surprise move, the Japanese Prime Minister has headed to Kiev after spending some hours in India. What really could he be doing? We'll get you that top international story also on the other side.
Of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही है, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा
We have to be much tougher as a nation. If a state government does not defend national interest and national security, then the center has to immediately step in. We cannot be so soft and so indecisive that a person like Amritpal, a nobody, first becomes a national security threat, then becomes so out of control that he organizes a private fully armed battalion around him, attacks state policemen. When the state wakes up, this man Amritpal vamooses and organizes a car chase with thousands of security forces in Punjab. Now we know that drug dealers are giving Amritpal Mercedes SUVs to drive around in. Why? Didn't the security agencies not know about all this till now, or did they allow? If a state government does not defend national interest, then the center has to step in, whether people like it or not. These are not legal matters. These are matters of national security.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. Amritpal is still on the run. He is still evading arrest. It's been more than 75 hours, but the police are looking for him. Multiple CCTV footages have emerged showing him on the run, showing him hiding as he faces arrest. Even NSA has been slapped on him. We'll get you all the details, but first the headlines we're tracking right now.
आपके सोशल भाईचारे सांझ को जिसने भी पंजाब की अमन शांति को तोड़ने की रत्ती भर भी कोशिश की तो पंजाबियों ने उसका मुंह तोड़ना जवाब दिया।
Fugitive Amritpal remains untraceable, but Punjab CM says nothing to worry.
भारत सरकार नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट जारी करती है और वर्ष 2018 में एंटीगुआ की सिटीजनशिप मेहुल चोक्सी नाम के उस आर्थिक अपराधी को मिल जाती है।
Interpol withdraws red notice against Choksi. Aam Aadmi Party hits out its center, calls it a failure. Kannada actor Chetan Kumar arrested over alleged anti-Hindu social media posts. Political storm in Parliament amidst apologized Rahul demand. Opposition raises Adani stages protest. BRS leader K. Kavita being quizzed by ED in Liquorgate alleges political witch hunt. In a surprise move, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida heads to Kiev. Viewers, we're getting the latest here on Republic TV, and the top story today has been the search for Amritpal, who has been declared a fugitive. That's right, a fugitive. NSA has been slapped against him. Also, seven of his aides have been slapped with NSA. Now, the latest that's come in, viewers, right now, Republic TV has accessed multiple CCTV footages. In the latest CCTV footage, which you will see soon on the screen behind me, you will see how we believe that there's a vehicle in the picture. And in that vehicle, this is Amritpal's convoy at a toll plaza. And what we believe is that Amritpal is inside, is present in this vehicle. Remember that Amritpal has been untraceable for more than 2 days now, viewers. The search is on to find him. The state of Punjab is on high alert. Internet services remain suspended. 80,000 police personnel are looking for Amritpal. Still waiting for more details to come in. But viewers, what we can tell you is finally we got a reaction from Bhagwant Mann, the CM of Punjab, who is saying the situation is under control. In fact, Kejriwal, he's saying Kejriwal is taking care of the situation. In fact, Kejriwal going ahead and taking credit of what is happening in Punjab when it comes to finding Amritpal.
पंजाब में कानून व्यवस्था लागू कर रखने के लिए और शांति बहाल रखने के लिए पिछले कुछ दिनों के अंदर भगवंत मान साहब ने और आम आदमी पार्टी की पंजाब सरकार ने कई कठोर कदम उठाए हैं। उन्होंने बहुत संयम और बहुत मैच्योरिटी के साथ मान साहब ने कार्रवाई की है। इसके लिए मैं भगवंत मान साहब को और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को बधाई देना चाहता हूं। जब हमारी पंजाब में सरकार बनी थी उस वक्त कुछ लोग ये कहते थे कि आपको शिक्षा, पानी, स्वास्थ्य, बिजली ये काम तो करने आते हैं, लेकिन पंजाब में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर काबू कर पाएंगे क्या? पंजाब बॉर्डर स्टेट है, बॉर्डर स्टेट के ऊपर आप शांति की व्यवस्था कर पाएंगे क्या? पिछले 1 साल के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने यह साबित कर दिया कि अगर नीयत साफ हो और अगर सरकार ईमानदार हो, इरादे नेक हों, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को भी बहुत बखूबी कायम किया जा सकता है। हमने जिस व्यवस्था को इनहेरिट किया था, जो हमारे से पहले जो चला आ रहा था सारा सिस्टम, जो हमें सिस्टम मिला था पिछली सरकारों से, उसमें इतनी ज़्यादा पॉलिटिकल लोगों की क्रिमिनल्स के साथ, गैंगस्टर्स के साथ आपस में जुगलबंदी थी। गैंगस्टर्स को, क्रिमिनल्स को पहले पॉलिटिकल संरक्षण दिया जाता था। ये वाला गैंगस्टर इसका है, इसकी इसके साथ सेटिंग है, इसकी इस पार्टी के साथ सेटिंग है, इसकी इस नेता के साथ सेटिंग है। हमारी किसी के साथ सेटिंग नहीं थी। हमारी पार्टी ईमानदार पार्टी है। आने के बाद एक गैंगस्टर्स के ऊपर और अपराधियों के ऊपर धरपकड़ चालू हुई और पिछले 1 साल के अंदर कई नशा माफिया वालों के खिलाफ, गैंगस्टर्स के खिलाफ, क्रिमिनल माफिया के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की गई। पिछले कुछ दिनों की कार्रवाई ने यह दिखा दिया है कि कड़े से कड़ा कदम उठाने के लिए भी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार तैयार है।
आज मैं आपके सामने बैठा हूं। पिछले दिनों कुछ तत्व ऐसे थे जो विदेशी ताकतों के हाथ चढ़कर पंजाब में माहौल खराब करने की बातें कर रहे थे, नफरत भरी स्पीच दे रहे थे, कुछ ऐसे कानून के खिलाफ बोल रहे थे, तो उन पर कार्रवाई की गई है और उस कार्रवाई के दौरान वो सब लोग पकड़े गए हैं और उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी जाएगी, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी एक कट्टर देशभक्त और ईमानदार पार्टी है। पंजाब का अमन चैन और देश की तरक्की हमारी प्राथमिकता है और कोई भी ऐसी ताकत जो देश के खिलाफ पंजाब में पनप रही हो, उसको हम बख्शेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि लोगों ने भारी बहुमत देकर हम पर बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी है। जो लोग बुरी कंपनी में, बुरी संगत में फंस के पंजाब का कुछ बुरा सोचने का सपना भी ले रहे होंगे, वो भी गलत है। मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं कि सपना भी लेना पंजाब में पंजाब की शांति को तोड़ने का, ये आपकी गलतफहमी होगी। तो मैं एक बार फिर पूरी दुनिया में रहते पंजाबियों को भी आश्वासन दिलवाता हूं कि मेरा खून का कतरा कतरा, मेरे दिल की एक एक धड़कन, मेरा एक एक सांस पंजाब के लिए धड़कता है, हाजिर है पंजाब के लिए मेरे खून का एक एक कतरा। और पंजाब जो है वो नंबर 1 सूबा था और नंबर 1 सूबा बनाएंगे। और पंजाब से लीड देश लेता था और लेता रहेगा। आज भी हमारे हजारों जवान जो हैं वो देश की आज़ादी को कायम रखने के लिए सरहदों पर अपना सीना तान के खड़े हैं। इस बात का हमें गर्व है।
All right, viewers, right now we have been joined by Gursimran. Gursimran is getting us all the details. Gursimran, I'm coming to you. You're joining us live. You have been tracking the story for the past 2-3 days now. Now, what we see on our screens is Amritpal's convoy at a toll plaza. The big question being raised is that was there no checking there, which was happening? If Amritpal is on the run, if the police are on a hot chase, how is it possible that a car just easily passes through? That's a big question being raised right now, Gursimran.
See, it's highly possible that the operation was kept too secret, that even the police was not well informed of this operation, or it is highly possible that they were not expecting Amritpal to give them a tough time. They were expecting that Amritpal will give a surrender and will surrender before the police, and then all is done. And they were focusing on the law and order angle, but that has not happened, and Amritpal is still at large for the last 4 days. Right now, we are reporting from outside the residence of Punjab chief and Khalistani hardliner Amritpal Singh's residence, and these three words, the AKF, that have been written on the gate of Amritpal, these three words, Anandpur Khalsa Force, are the main ones that are under scanner of the central agencies. Many teams of the National Investigation Agency have already reached the Chandigarh, and we are told that they all are going to carry out the investigation, the parallel investigation that the National Investigation Agency is doing with regards to the developments that are taking place. And there are several places where the AKF marking is in place. One is the gate of the Amritpal, the bulletproofs that have been found from his residence. Another is the walls that are near to the house of Amritpal. They also have the AKF marking. So this Anandpur Khalsa Force markings are something that the agencies are looking into. However, the family members of the Amritpal are denying the fact that he was building a militia. But the reality and what agencies are saying, that the huge cache of arms and ammunition that have been recovered, and also after Amritpal coming to India, there is a sudden rise in the incidents of drone dropping from across the border. That two angles are also being probed parallelly by the agencies, and also the use of the drug de-addiction center by Amritpal. That is something which is under the scanner of the agencies, and agencies are looking into very, very seriously. NSA has already been imposed, but that is not enough. They want to go to the root of it so that they can find out the persons who are really behind Amritpal and his sudden rise, the overnight rise of Amritpal here in Punjab.
Right, Gursimran. And I'm also being joined by Amandeep, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. Now, Amandeep, some big details have come out today on this story. Now, we know that Amritpal has been slapped with the NSA. Yesterday, many of his aides were slapped with the NSA. In fact, many of his aides have flown into Assam. Many updates coming in right now. Amandeep, take us through the latest and what have the police said so far on the case.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. NSA has been slapped against Amritpal Singh and his uncle and four others, in fact. And even not today, NSA was slapped against all of them on 17th of March. That is just a day before the entire operation was carried out against Amritpal Singh. And NSA was slapped after taking the recommendation of District Magistrate of Amritsar. And plan to slap the NSA against Amritpal Singh is just after the Ajnala police station seized. And the entire plan is, first they have imposed NSA against Amritpal Singh and his aides, and then they have carried out the entire operation, and their prime target was Amritpal Singh. But so far, Amritpal Singh has not landed.
I'll be coming back to you in just a moment. I am coming back to you because right now Kejriwal is speaking in the assembly. Remember the big row over Delhi budget. Let's go ahead and play out and hear what Arvind Kejriwal is speaking right now.
लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन कह रहे हैं ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं, ऑब्जर्वेशन. चलो कोई बात नहीं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 2018 का ऑर्डर साफ साफ कहता है, संविधान का आर्टिकल 239AA4 साफ साफ कहता है दैट लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ऑफ दिल्ली और द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ऑफ दिल्ली इज बाउंड बाय एड एंड एडवाइस ऑफ काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स. दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर जो हैं वो केवल ठप्पा लगाएंगे 3 सब्जेक्ट्स छोड़ के, बाकी सारी चीजों पे उनको बस ठप्पा लगाना है। वो अपनी ऑब्जर्वेशन भी नहीं दे सकते, ऑब्जेक्शन भी नहीं दे सकते, वो फाइल पे कुछ नहीं लिख सकते। उनको फाइल पे लिखने का अधिकार नहीं है। अगर वो फाइल पे कुछ लिखते हैं तो वो संविधान के खिलाफ है। अगर वो फाइल पे लिखते हैं तो वो इस मंदिर का, ये जनतंत्र का जो मंदिर है, इसका अपमान है, इस पूरे हाउस का अपमान है। कुछ कहना है तो ये हाउस कहेगा। ये हाउस किस लिए बैठा है? ये जितने लोग हैं, चाहे ये बीजेपी के हैं, कांग्रेस के हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी, इनको जनता ने चुन के भेजा, फिर ये किस लिए चुने गए हैं? अगर एलजी नहीं दिल्ली चलानी थी तो? अगर केंद्र सरकार के पास बजट भेजा गया, केंद्र सरकार को उसमें आपत्ति करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। ये प्रोविजन ही अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल, इट इज अगेंस्ट द बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एंड बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया कि किसी राज्य का बजट केंद्र सरकार को भेजा जा रहा है, पर चला आ रहा है कई सालों से। जिस दिन इसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर चैलेंज किया गया, ये 2 मिनट ये प्रोविजन नहीं टिकने वाला कि केंद्र सरकार को दिल्ली सरकार का बजट भेजा जा रहा है। पर एक परंपरा चली आ रही थी, कई सालों से चली आ रही थी, हम भी उस परंपरा को फॉलो कर रहे थे। आज तक दिल्ली के इतिहास में कभी केंद्र सरकार ने कोई ऑब्जेक्शन या ऑब्जर्वेशन नहीं किया। पहली बार ये परंपरा जो है इसको तोड़ा गया। उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लगा के भेजे, ऑब्जर्वेशंस लगा के भेजे, वही अपने आप में असंवैधानिक था। लेकिन हमें लड़ना नहीं है, हम लड़ना नहीं चाहते, हम यहां लड़ने नहीं आए, हम काम करने आए हैं। 17 तारीख को उन्होंने भेजा, चीफ सेक्रेटरी के पास भेजा, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी फाइनेंस के पास भेजा, 3 दिन वो लेके बैठे रहे। अब सारा देश जानता है कि इन अधिकारियों के गर्दन जो है वो केंद्र सरकार और एलजी के अंडर में, रोज जिसको मर्जी सस्पेंड कर देते हैं। सारे डरे बैठे हैं, सारे डरे बैठे हैं अधिकारी, वो बेचारे क्या करें। तो ऊपर से आदेश आया एमएचए से कि भाई 3 दिन तक लेके बैठे रहो। सोमवार को 20 तारीख को 21 को बजट प्रेजेंट होना था, 20 तारीख को दिन में 2 बजे मंत्री को बताया जाता है जी एमएचए से कुछ ऑब्जेक्शंस आए हैं। तो इन अधिकारियों के खिलाफ तो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। फाइल जो है उसके संबंध में उसके बाद बार बार फोन कर रहा है मंत्री। फाइल उसके बाद शाम को 6 बजे पुटअप की गई। उसके बाद अफरा तफरी के अंदर मंत्री ने नोट बनाया, जो भी ऑब्जर्वेशन थे। हमारे पास एक ऑप्शन था, हम लड़ लेते, कोर्ट चले जाते कि तुमने ऑब्जर्वेशन कैसे लिखे, हम तुम्हारा, पर मैंने मंत्री को कहा नहीं, हमें लड़ना नहीं है। उन्होंने जो ऑब्जर्वेशन लिखे हैं, 4 ऑब्जर्वेशन थे, चारों का हमने जवाब लिखा, कोई चेंज नहीं किया बजट में, सेम बजट। ईगो थी कि हमारा जवाब दो, दे दिया भाई साहब, आपके पैर छू लिए उनके हाथ सामने हाथ जोड़ लिए, जो मांगा उन्होंने जवाब दे दिए। आज वापस आ गया, बजट अप्रूव हो गया। अहंकारी है, क्या मिल गया? एक मिनट सर, एक मिनट। आप ही की जिंदाबाद है सर, पूरी आप ही हो बस, तो बाकी तो हम तो ऐसे ही हैं। क्या मिला इससे? यही मिला जो ये भी कह रहे हैं जिंदाबाद। बस ये राजनीति है, अहंकार है। खुश हो गए वे केजरीवाल को झुका दिया। हाँ जी, हम तो हमेशा ही झुके हुए हैं। जनतंत्र में झुकना ही, एक जनता के सामने भी झुकना चाहिए, सबके सामने झुकना चाहिए। अहंकार सेटिस्फाई करने के अलावा कुछ हुआ? कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। कोई, कल ये मैं देख रहा था, टीवी चैनलों में चल रहा था कि इन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ज्यादा एडवर्टाइजिंग का बजट कर दिया, हमने इनको ठीक करने को बोला है। यही चल रहा था ना टीवी चैनलों में कि जी एडवर्टाइजिंग का बजट इन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ज्यादा कर दिया, हमने इनको ठीक करने को बोला है। उसमें बजट के अंदर 20,000 करोड़ तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे है, 500 करोड़ एडवर्टाइजिंग पे है। अब ये 520,000 से ज्यादा होता है, ये तो हमने नहीं सुना था। इन्होंने ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक अनपढ़ों की जमात बिठा रखी है। नेता को नहीं कहा, मैंने आपके नेता को नहीं कहा, आपको कैसे लगा उसको बोला है? ठीक है, अच्छा है। मैंने तो नाम ही नहीं लिया, मैंने तो नाम ही नहीं लिया, मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया, मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया, मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया, मैं किसी का नाम, बैठ जाओ, मैंने किसी का, मैं तो ये कह रहा हूं जी, ये बता दो कि कहां लिखा है कि 500 की फिगर जो है वो 20,000 से ज्यादा होती है? ये तो कहीं नहीं लिखा। तो मैं कह रहा हूं भाई, जो पूरी की पूरी अनपढ़ों की जमात बिठा रखी है, पढ़े लिखे लोगों को बिठाओ वहां पे, ताकि वो कम से कम बजट पढ़ने की क्षमता तो रखते हो। पता नहीं किसको दे दिया आपने बजट। 500 करोड़ रुपए पिछली साल रखा था, 500 करोड़ रुपए इस साल रखा है, सेम है, सेम टू सेम है, कोई बढ़ाया नहीं हमने, एज इट इज बजट रखा है। कहते हैं कल से चला रखा है बजट, एडवर्टाइजिंग का बजट बढ़ा दिया, एडवर्टाइजिंग का बजट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ज्यादा, कहां कर दिया? कहीं नहीं करा। आज वो सेम टू सेम बजट हमने कोई चेंज करके नहीं भेजा, जो बजट में लिखा था उसी में से 4 लाइनें कोट कर करके भेज दी। आज एलजी साहब ने भी कल रात को 10:30 बजे लिख दिया अप्रूव्ड। यार ये क्या है यार, तो पहले ही अप्रूव कर देते, क्या जरूर थी? वो कह रहे थे मेरे सामने झुको, मेरे पैर पकड़ो, आपके सामने झुक गया ऐसा। आप ही प्रभु हो, आप ही सब कुछ हो। मेरी आज इस मंच के, इस हाउस के माध्यम से अपील है, प्रार्थना है प्रधानमंत्री जी को कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम काम करना चाहते हैं, हम लड़ना नहीं चाहते। हमारी लड़ाई हमारे बस की बात नहीं है, हम बहुत छोटे लोग हैं, राजनीति में हम लड़ने के लिए नहीं आए, हमें राजनीति करनी नहीं आती। इस रोज रोज की लड़ाई से कुछ नहीं निकल रहा। जिस घर में लड़ाई होती है वो घर बर्बाद हो जाते हैं, जिस राज्य में लड़ाई होती है वो राज्य बर्बाद हो जाते हैं, जिस देश में लड़ाई होती है वो देश बर्बाद हो जाते हैं। लड़ाई से किसी का कहां भला हुआ है? कभी भला हुआ है? सबसे बना के रखनी चाहिए, सब मिलजुल के काम करेंगे, तरक्की होगी। दिल्ली ने इतना, कल आज मैं अखबारों में पढ़ रहा था, कल हमारे माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने इकोनॉमिक सर्वे प्रेजेंट किया, इतनी तरक्की की दिल्ली ने, देश का जो एवरेज है उससे कहीं ज्यादा आगे जाके तरक्की कर रही है दिल्ली, इतनी तरक्की कर रही है, इतनी तरक्की कर रही है। सोचो अगर ये रोज रोज के झगड़े नहीं होते तो 10 गुना तरक्की हो चुकी होती अभी तक जितनी तरक्की है। हमारा डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी राशन करना चाहते थे हम, वो रोक दिया। किसका फायदा हुआ? जो राशन वाले चोरी करते थे, राशन माफिया था, उसका फायदा हुआ, जनता का फायदा तो नहीं हुआ। क्या फायदा हुआ उसका? डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी ऑफ राशन करने का, रोकने का। दिल्ली के अंदर 17,000 लोगों को डेली हम योगा कराया करते थे, डेली 17,000 लोगों को दिल्ली सरकार फ्री में योगा कराती थी। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कह के वो योगा क्लासेस बंद करा दी। किसका फायदा हुआ जी? किसी का तो फायदा नहीं हुआ। 17,000 लोगों ने अगर योगा करना बंद कर दिया, आज भी याद करते हैं, मेरे को मिलते हैं, आज भी याद करते हैं, किसका फायदा हुआ? किसी का फायदा नहीं हुआ। हम अपने टीचर्स को, दिल्ली का शिक्षा जो व्यवस्था है उसकी तारीफ पूरे देश के अंदर हो रही है, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर हो रही है। उसका एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है, हमारे टीचर्स और हमारे प्रिंसिपल्स ने चमत्कार करके दिखाया है। 60,000 टीचर्स, उन्होंने चमत्कार करके, उनको हम ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए विदेश भेजते हैं, फिनलैंड भेजते हैं। आपने उनकी फिनलैंड की ट्रेनिंग रोक दी। किसका फायदा हुआ? किसी का फायदा नहीं हुआ। गरीबों के बच्चे अच्छे पढ़ना चालू हुए थे, बड़े इतने 75 साल के बाद गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चालू हुई थी। क्या फायदा हुआ? टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग रोकने से किसका फायदा हो रहा है? क्यों लड़ रहे हो हमारे साथ यार? पिछले साल कई महीनों तक मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में टेस्ट की पेमेंट बंद करा दी, रेंट की पेमेंट बंद करा दी, बिजली के बिलों की पेमेंट बंद करा दी, दवाइयों की पेमेंट बंद करा दी। मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में, अस्पतालों में कितने मरीज सफर किए, कितने मरीज सफर किए। किसका फायदा हुआ? किसी का फायदा नहीं हुआ। फरिश्ते स्कीम थी, किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो उसको हम फ्री में इलाज कराया करते थे। 13,000 से ज्यादा जान बचा चुके हैं उस स्कीम के अंदर हम लोग। उस स्कीम की पेमेंट बंद करा दी। बताओ, उस स्कीम की पेमेंट बंद करा दी। मरते हुए आदमी को अगर हम जान देने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसकी पेमेंट बंद करा दी। किसका फायदा हुआ प्रधानमंत्री जी? अभी जैसा हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि बजट रोक दिया, मेयर के चुनाव बंद करा दिए। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से कहना चाहता हूं, आप बहुत बड़े हैं, हम बहुत छोटे हैं। एक छोटी सी दिल्ली चला रहे हैं, हमें अपनी दिल्ली चलाने दो। आप बहुत बड़े हो, बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हो, पूरे देश के अंदर काम कर रहे हो। आप अपना काम करो ना, हमें अपना काम करने दो। उनको तकलीफ ही है कि दिल्ली में बार बार आम आदमी पार्टी क्यों जीत रही है। उनको तकलीफ ही है कि बार बार दिल्ली में बीजेपी क्यों हार रही है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर आप दिल्ली जीतना चाहते हो तो मैं आज आपको मंत्र देता हूं दिल्ली जीतने का। दिल्ली जीतने के लिए आपको दिल्ली के लोगों का दिल जीतना पड़ेगा। ये रोज लड़ाई झगड़े करने से दिल्ली वाले आपको वोट नहीं देने वाले। मैंने अगर दिल्ली में 1000 स्कूल ठीक कर दिए, आपके पास तो बहुत पैसा है, आप 1000 नए स्कूल बना दो, देखो लोग केजरीवाल को वोट देना बंद कर देंगे। मैंने दिल्ली में 550 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बना दिया, आप 5,500 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बना दो। लेकिन अगर आप केजरीवाल के 550 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक रोकने की कोशिश करोगे, अगर आप हमारे स्कूलों को रोकने की कोशिश करोगे और फिर सोचोगे मैं दिल्ली जीत लूं, इस जन्म में तो नहीं जीत पाओगे मोदी जी। हमसे लंबी लकीर खींचो, जो काम हमने किए उससे लंबी लकीर खींचो। आज इस पूरे सदन की ओर से मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को कहना चाहता हूं, हम आपके साथ मिलकर काम करना चाहते हैं। हम आपसे लड़ना नहीं चाहते, हमारे को लड़ाई करनी नहीं आती, हमको राजनीति करनी नहीं आती। हम आपसे मिलकर काम करना चाहते हैं, आपसे सहयोग चाहते हैं। हम बहुत छोटे हैं, जैसे परिवार में होता है। दिल्ली के लोग जो हैं आपके सामने छोटे भाई की तरह हैं। लेकिन अगर कोई बड़ा भाई रोज आके छोटे भाई को 2 थप्पड़ मारेगा, रोज आके उसको डांटेगा, तो छोटा भाई भी बेचारा कब तक बर्दाश्त करेगा। तो अगर आपको छोटे भाई का दिल जीतना है, तो छोटे भाई का दिल जीतना पड़ेगा। छोटे भाई का दिल जीतना है तो छोटे भाई को प्यार करो, छोटे भाई के साथ चलो, तभी छोटा भाई आपका साथ देगा। मैं इस प्रस्ताव का पूरी तरह से समर्थन करता हूं। अब श्री
So this was the latest address of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal at inside the assembly on the floor of the House. The face-off that we witnessed yesterday between the centre and the Delhi Chief Minister over the budget that was that was allegedly stalled by the centre is what Arvind Kejriwal had claimed. Arvind Kejriwal and his party and his ministers had claimed yesterday. Today we're now getting information that this budget has been approved by the centre. We're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you details about the Parliament showdown, where the opposition is demanding JPC on Adani issue, while BJP is demanding Rahul's apology. Also coming up after the break, round 3 of K. Kavita's questioning is still underway.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं। उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
And we're getting breaking news in the Amritpal case. Intelligence team is at Amritpal's residence. What we're getting to know is that Punjab Police Intelligence Wing is currently at Amritpal's residence. Details are being gathered by the police, by the officials, police officials at Amritpal's residence. This is the breaking news update that we're getting, and we will have Gursimran joining us live to give us more details about where the investigation is headed right now. Where is Amritpal? What is the chase looking like at this minute? Gursimran, over to you.
See, right now we are in the Jalupur Khera village of the Amritsar, which is the native village of Amritpal, who is still at large after four days of the chase by the Punjab police. But now another development has come, and that too from his native village, where the team of the intelligence, Punjab intelligence, has reached here at the residence of Amritpal. And I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that this is the intelligence wing of the Punjab police, the officials of which have arrived from Mohali. That is what we are getting to know. The female officer, she's inquiring about the details that since when Amritpal has been living here, when he went abroad, when he returned back, what was his daily routine, and all the details. I'll request Gaurav to move that side so that we can show some visuals of the lady officer who is inquiring to the family members of Amritpal that what actually is happening. If Gaurav could be, I'll request Gaurav to show you some of the visuals from inside the residence of Amritpal, where the lady officers is inquiring about the details from the family members of Amritpal, uncle of Amritpal, along with some other relatives. They are inside. The father of Amritpal has gone to Chandigarh to appear before on the case of habeas corpus. But I'll request Gaurav to stay with the visuals. I'll request Gaurav to stay with the visuals that the officials from the intelligence wing of the Punjab police, they have arrived here at the residence. It's been almost 10 minutes that they are inside, and she's writing down each and every detail in the diary. So I'll request Gaurav to move on the other side so that he can have the visuals from the other side, where we can show you that the lady officer who has arrived here at the residence of Amritpal is writing down all the details that she is gathering from here. and Gaurav is showing you these visuals from outside the Jalupur Kheda residence of Amritpal, where the teams are here. Though the gates have been closed, but the senior official of the intelligence wing of the Punjab Police, they have arrived here some 10 minutes back, and I'll request Gaurav if he can show the visuals from here. They can show the visuals that what is happening. Some of the officials from the intelligence wing of Punjab, they are here, and they are inquiring about the details of the family of Amritpal and how they have been working in the recent past, how they have managed to get this kind of support, how he became the rise of the Amritpal actually is what being inquired. And I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. लगातार हम आपको विजुअल्स ये जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से अमृतपाल के जो घर है वहाँ पर सीनियर इंटेलिजेंस के ऑफिसर जो हैं वो पहुँचे हैं, और लगातार यहाँ पर इंक्वायरी जो है उनके परिवार से की जा रही है कि आखिरकार किस तरह से अमृतपाल जो है कब बाहर गया, वो कब वापस आया, क्या कारण थे, किस तरह से वो किन लोगों से मिलता था। हर एक चीज़ की जानकारी जो है वो पंजाब इंटेलिजेंस विंग की तरफ से जो है वो ली जा रही है। मैं गौरव से कहूँगा एक बार अगर गौरव कैमरे का दोबारा से जो है वो फ्रेम बना के अब आपको दोबारा से दिखा पाएँ तो आपको महिला अधिकारी जो हैं वो दिखेंगे, और उसके साथ साथ जो अमृतपाल के चाचा हैं वो भी आपको यहाँ पर दिखेंगे। कुछ डिटेल्स जो हैं वो यहाँ पे नोट डाउन महिला अधिकारी द्वारा की जा रही हैं कि आखिरकार क्या क्या चीज़ें थी जिनके बारे में उन्हें जानकारी जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस को चाहिए। और मोहाली से ये टीम बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर पहुँची है, इंटेलिजेंस के दफ्तर से ये टीम यहाँ पर आई और हर एक चीज़ की अहम जानकारी जो है वो हासिल की जा रही है, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा मामला है। जो एंगल्स निकल कर आए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं चौंकाने वाले हैं, जो चाहे ISI के एंगल की बात की जाए या बात इसके साथ साथ की जाए विदेशी फंडिंग के मामले की, या फिर किस तरह से ड्रग्स का कारोबार जो है उसके आरोप लग रहे हैं, वो सब चीज़ें जो हैं यहाँ पर इंटेलिजेंस की चीफ टीम जो है वो कर रही है। एंड वी आर और लगातार जो है अब ये देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से चीज़ें जो हैं वो आगे निकल कर सामने आएंगी। यस
Gursimran, if you can also tell our viewers about the kind of details that Punjab Police is looking for at Amritpal's residence, and if you can also tell our viewers who is present at Amritpal's residence at the moment, who is being questioned and who is being interrogated.
Yes, see, the intelligence agencies are looking into the various angles. Right now we are outside the residence of Amritpal, and we are looking into the multiple angles that the agencies are probing. First is, and the foremost angle that remains here to be seen, is of the AKF that is written on the gate and the walls of the Amritpal, that is here. Also Anandpur Khalsa Force that is written here, and it is important to mention that AKF is the same as the Anandpur Khalsa Force, that what is we are being told that he was building his own militia, the people with the arms and license, but those who have been detained by and arrested by the Punjab Police, ये लगातार जो हैं इस तरफ इशारा कर रहे हैं कि ये जो है आप लगातार किसी आर्मी जो है वो बनाने की फिराक में था। आप देखिए लगातार यहाँ पर अमृतपाल के घर के बाहर जो हैं इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिशियल्स यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, पुलिस यहाँ पर आ रही है, और बताया जा रहा है कि जो डिटेल्स साझी की गई हैं पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से, इंटेलिजेंस विंग की तरफ से, वो ये बताती हैं कि किसी बड़े चीज़ को प्लान करने की फिराक में था अमृतपाल। उसी को लेकर अब जो है पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से और उसके साथ साथ राष्ट्रीय एजेंसियां यहाँ पहुँची हैं। NIA की टीम्स बताया जा रहा है कि चंडीगढ़ पहुँची है, लेकिन ऑन ग्राउंड जो है वो NIA यहाँ पर नहीं है आज के लिए, ये बताया जा रहा है। हालांकि पैरेलल इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है वो उनकी तरफ से जारी है।
Yes, so Gursimran there getting us a live report from outside Amritpal's residence in Amritsar and Jalupur Khera, to be specific. This is his village from where the crackdown started. This is the village from where Amritpal fled, and in fact the CCTV footages we've accessed over the days shows how Punjab Police actually let Punjab police actually let Amritpal slip and escape from Amritsar, from his residence and from the village as well. In fact, Gursimran, if you can also shed light on the kind of operations that are taking place right now, where is the Punjab police investigation headed as far as this, as far as the search for Amritpal is also concerned?
See, it's been the 4th day of the investigations that are going on, and for all 4 days the police is behind the Amritpal. They are trying to trace out Amritpal. A massive manhunt is on and we are trying to gather more details, but what the police is saying that anything that will come, it is important to keep a tab on what is happening in the headquarters of the Punjab police, because the headquarters, the DGP of the Punjab police as well as the senior officials, they are privy to the developments that what kind of operations are taking place. The police is very hopeful of the arrest of Amritpal very soon. A non-bailable warrant has already been issued. So does the NSA that has been slapped on Amritpal. It was on the 17th of this month, 17th of March, when the SSP of the Amritsar Rural, he wrote to the Deputy Commissioner, the District Magistrate, regarding imposing the National Security Act, under which Amritpal or anyone on whose NSA is slapped can be kept under can be kept in jail without any charges or without any other FIRs. But now what has happened that he has gone out of the hands of the Punjab police, and that's why a non-bailable warrant has also been issued.
Yes. Thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us those live reports from Jalupur Khera, the village of Amritpal, where the police is at the moment trying to collect information from his family members. We'll keep a close watch on the developments there and get our viewers a live report. Time to move on to more breaking news coming in. We're now getting a statement of We're now getting a statement from the Interpol after the red corner notice on Mehul Choksi was withdrawn. Interpol, in fact, has said that the organization does not comment on specific cases, investigations or individuals, and that the relevant national authorities should be contacted on the Choksi matter, especially the case of Mehul Choksi, where his red corner notice has been withdrawn. Earlier, we also had a statement from CBI, where CBI very clearly said that this withdrawal of the red corner notice is not a setback for the agencies in their pursuit for Mehul Choksi. CBI has said that it will this withdrawal of red corner notice will in no way affect the proceedings and criminal action against Mehul Choksi. He said that a red corner notice is not a prerequisite for the extradition of Mehul Choksi from Antigua to India. So these are the two statements coming in, very important statements coming in from the Interpol as well as the CBI on this entire Mehul Choksi issue. We had a word from Mehul Choksi's lawyer, Vijay Agarwal, who said that withdrawal of the red corner notice would mean that Mehul Choksi could effectively travel across the world, but not in India. Let's listen into what he said.
See, the legal team has taken up the matter with Interpol, and the Interpol in turn has been asking queries from India, but ultimately realizing that now that the Antigua police has clearly said that this kidnapping was genuine, the man was actually kidnapped. So this sort of things now, this kidnapping attempts and everything is not approved by the international community. So taking view in favor of my client, now the Interpol has removed the RCN issued. If you go to the website, you will be able to see that RCN has been removed. Now my client is free to travel anywhere. Of course, not India.
What does this mean for the case?
No, this is not going to affect his criminal litigations pending in India. So this is the RCN was the effort that if he is travelling anywhere, so he can be caught and brought here. So that risk now he will not have. But as far as the pending cases here are concerned, RCN removal will not have any impact.
एक संस्था चलती है विदेशों में, फ्रेंड्स ऑफ बीजेपी. मेहुल चोक्सी भी शायद उसी संस्था का हिस्सा बन जाएंगे अब. क्योंकि ये दोस्त जो हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, पहले तो देश को लूटते हैं, तब आंख बंद हो जाती है साहब लोगों की, फिर वो देश छोड़कर भागते हैं, तब आंख कान मुंह सब बंद हो जाता है साहब लोगों का, फिर वो बच जाते हैं, रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस से उनका नाम खत्म हो जाता है। देखिए अब क्या क्या बंद होता है।
नीरव मोदी और मेहुल चोकसी ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने 13,500 करोड़ का बैंक घोटाला किया। देश की जनता के खून पसीने की कमाई जो पंजाब नेशनल बैंक और 19 अन्य बैंकों में जमा थे, उन बैंकों का 13,500 करोड़ रुपए खाकर डकार कर फरार हो गए।
नाउ अदानी टू मेहुल, they are get friends. Only BJP government is working for them, and that is their minus PRP, I am telling you, and there will be zero for them.
We're now getting breaking news on Zakir Naik, the terror-accused Zakir Naik. What we're now getting to know that Oman is rolling out the red carpet for this hate preacher, for the man who is accused of giving of preaching to terrorists and radicalizing terrorists, in India. Oman is rolling out a red carpet for him. In a statement that has been issued, it has been said that for the first time in the Sultanate of Oman, the famous preacher Zakir Naik will deliver 2 public lectures in the holy month of Ramadan. Niranjan is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about this red carpet that has been rolled out for Zakir Naik in Oman. Niranjan, in November, it was Qatar that had hosted Zakir Naik for talks, and now it's Oman.
Yes, we have a confirmation now, and this is a statement issued by the Ministry of Endowments and Religious Affairs of Oman. They've said that the ministry, represented by the Department of Introducing Islam and Cultural Exchange, is organizing a lecture by Zakir Naik, which means this is a Government of Oman-sponsored event. The lecture is titled "The Holy Quran is a Global Necessity," and it's being conducted on Thursday, that's tomorrow, at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. Now, that's what the official word is. Now, there has been a lot of speculation, Sanika, on social media that, whether Oman will actually detain him, extradite him, etc. Now, there is absolutely nothing that suggests the same. But what we do know is that as of this minute, if this is a Government of Oman-sponsored event, it is unlikely that Oman, if the Government of Oman has put out, a statement like this on record to say that the ministry itself is organizing this event, then it is a big deal, because Oman knows that Zakir Naik is a fugitive in India, and the Oman government has also said that in cooperation and partnership with Sultan Qaboos University, this lecture is being organized. This is another event. There are, in fact, a couple of events. On the 23rd, which is a day after. A second event on the 25th, on the third day of Ramadan. This is also in Oman at the Sultan Qaboos University. And mostly the mood in Oman is that most people of Oman, the residents of Oman, want Zakir Naik there. Back to you. Yes. Now we're keeping a close track on this story.
Yes, Niranjan, we're keeping a close track on the developments there. The lecture is scheduled for 23rd of March, 2 days from now. We'll keep a close watch on what happens. We're heading into a break right now. K. Kavita continues to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the 3rd day of her interrogation. Also coming up after the break, Kannada actor Chetan Kumar has been arrested over alleged anti-Hindu social media posts.
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
We're now getting breaking news on Amritpal's chase. What we're getting to know is that Punjab police has found Amritpal's clothes in a car from Bullar village in Shahkot in Jalandhar. The clothes which Amritpal wore on 18th of March when he escaped from the police has been now recovered by the Punjab police. It's one of the cars that is seen in this CCTV footage that is being played on the screens right now. Most probably it's the first car in this CCTV footage that is seen. That car has been recovered. Amritpal's clothes have been recovered from this car is what we are getting to know. This is an information that is brought to us by our reporter Harsha, and we will try to get her on this breaking news development. Back-to-back breaking news coming in. Number one, Punjab Intelligence Department is at Amritpal's residence. They are questioning and interrogating Amritpal's family members and the residents who are at his home right now. Second piece of breaking news information in the last half an hour is that Amritpal's clothes that he wore on the 18th of March have been recovered by the police from a car that is seen in the CCTV footage. What we believe is that it's the first car in this CCTV footage that has been recovered. His clothes have been found in this car is what we're getting to know, is what our sources are telling us. But the CCTV footage also sort of shows how Amritpal was given a free run on 18th of March, how the cars were let off without checking, how Amritpal and his convoy just breezed through the entire toll booth in Jalandhar. We will have our reporters joining us live to give us the latest updates on the investigation that is being conducted so far and the chase for Amritpal. Harsha joins us live. Harsha, what is the information that you're gathering from the police as far as Amritpal chase is concerned?
Exactly, Sanika. Now we get to know that the 18th March is an incident which could be seen in the CCTV camera as well. Now in the CCTV camera it was seen that Brezza was the first car and exactly the place in Jalandhar, Mehtapur, from where exactly Amritpal fled away. He had a narrow escape from the police official when they were chasing for around 20 to 25 kilometers to Amritpal. Now the exclusive CCTV footage also could be seen that Brezza car has been found by police officials, Punjab police officials, and in fact the clothes which Amritpal was wearing on that day has also been recovered by police officials. Now the entire investigation and the operation will be conducted on this basis that the clothes have been recovered, and the clothes have also been recovered from the Jalandhar Shadot area. The exact place which is being told to us is the Bullar village in the Jalandhar area where exactly this incident has happened. Now shortly we'll wait for the IG Sukhchand Gill's press conference where he will give us all the details regarding the latest development, because it's been 4 days continuously since the search operation is being carried to trace Amritpal wherever he is. In fact, the Punjab police is also in touch with the border states as well. Now, this is the latest development because in that entire CCTV footage, you can see that the first vehicle is the Brezza vehicle, and then it is being followed by Endeavour, Mercedes, and Isuzu and Creta as well. But now, the first car, Brezza, which is told was the car in which Amritpal was there. Now, the clothes of the Amritpal has also been recovered. Now, the entire investigation which the police officials will do will be around that area. So Sanika, this is the latest development which we are gathering from the Punjab police, and it has been recovered from the Bullar village of Punjab from Jalandhar, and we will wait shortly because it is a 5 o'clock press conference of IG Punjab Sukhchand Gill, and he will give us all the details regarding the latest development and the traces which have been found of Amritpal. Sanika, back to you.
What we could make out from the information that we've just gathered is that There is a possibility, and it is possible that Amritpal could have changed his guise so as to escape the law enforcement agencies. What we can also see, we've accessed another CCTV footage which shows the same car, but there is no car trailing it. So there is no convoy in it. It's just that one single car, the car that has been recovered in which Amritpal's clothes were found. So it is also, it is possibly a video which is just 5 to 7 minutes after they passed the toll plaza. So it's also a possibility that the convoy went in different directions after they passed the toll plaza. So there are lots of questions that are emerging as more and more CCTV footages are emerging in this entire chase, Harsha. So, what more details can you gather about the number of cars that have been recovered so far, and how can the dots be connected in this entire investigation?
Sanika, since it's been almost 4 days, 18 the search operation started, and it is the 22nd which we are standing right now. It's been more than 74 hours since the search operation was being carried out. From the first day to till now, it's a major breakthrough. What Punjab police has gathered is, because what we understand is that Mercedes 1818 is the vehicle which always Amritpal drove. It was the car in which Amritpal always used to go to different events and everywhere. But this time he changed his vehicle. He was not in the Mercedes vehicle. He was in the Brezza car, which is the first in the cavalcade of Amritpal. The entire toll plaza CCTV footage which we are gathering is that the Brezza car was the first one, and in fact in the affidavit which the Punjab police has submitted in front of the Punjab High Court, in that affidavit also the vehicles which have been mentioned were Mercedes, Endeavour, Creta and Isuzu. There was not any mention of the Brezza vehicle. So this is a major breakthrough which Punjab police have got from the Buller area of the Jalandhar, and today we are shortly waiting from exactly how police got to know about that place, and the place where exactly Amritpal fled from. He had a narrow escape from the police officials was the Mehtarpur, and Buller village is not far from that place.
Yes.
So police is also in doing investigation around this area to understand whether Amritpal could be in that area, because till now he has changed his clothes. He has changed his clothes. It was the Brezza vehicle in which he
very
was
key
there.
information coming in, Harsha. We've also accessed another CCTV footage that we're showing on our screens. We will stay with the breaking news. We will continue to get more updates as far as Amritpal chase is concerned. We're heading into a break right now. After the break, more details about the investigation and the chase coming up.
Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita, as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
And we're cutting across to these pictures, the CCTV footage that we've accessed of Amritpal's escape, Amritpal's chase. The first CCTV footage on the left side of your screens is of Amritpal's convoy. 5 convoys passing the Jalandhar toll plaza without any restrictions, given a free pass there. The second the second video CCTV footage on your screens on the right side is that of a car, of a Brezza car passing through without any convoy. These two CCTV footages are just 8 minutes apart. What we are getting to know is that Amritpal Amandeep is also joining us live. So Amandeep, these CCTV footage and whatever information we've gathered so far, what we could make out is that has Amritpal changed his disguise? Did Amritpal change multiple cars before fleeing? Because earlier he was in Mercedes, then Brezza, and then he escaped is what we could make out with the investigation so far. So how is this entire timeline building up?
Well, absolutely. Sanika, the point is that on 18th of March, he was intercepted. His entire convoy was intercepted by police. He was then in Mercedes. And in fact, he escaped. He took a U-turn from that very much toll plaza and he just changed the car. After crossing the toll plaza, this Brezza that we are showing now in the CCTV footage, this Brezza was in the convoy and crossed the toll plaza, similar toll plaza, along with Mercedes.
Yes.
And in fact, later on, Amritpal shifted into that Brezza and left the Mercedes. And Mercedes has gone to some village driven by his uncle and in fact parked at a safer side.
Yes.
And from Brezza, he has again shifted to another car, Isuzu, that has been recovered yesterday from a village, from a Salima village that was later on dumped, and weapons and in fact walkie-talkie sets has also been recovered from that.
Yes.
And even that car was also abandoned by Amritpal Singh, again shifted to another vehicle.
Yes.
So he was keep on shifting from one to another car.
Absolutely. So this is what the multiple CCTV footage we've accessed, Amandeep, show that he has changed cars, he's changed locations, he's changed disguise probably. So we're keeping a close watch on the developments there. We're also standing by for the Punjab Police briefing that will take place in a few minutes from now.
Of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा
10 ਦਿਨ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕਰ ਦੀ। ਦੇਖੋ, ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਆ। ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮੇਨਟੇਨਡ ਆ, ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਆ। ਔਰ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਜ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਪੂਰੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਉਹ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਫੀਡਬੈਕ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਪੂਰੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਾਲਸ ਆਈਆਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਬੜੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਪਟਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਯੂਥ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾੜੇ ਅਨਸਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਜਿੱਠਣਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਸੀਗਾ। ਸੋ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੋਂ, ਹਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਵਾ, ਹਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੋਂ, ਹਰ ਵਰਗ ਤੋਂ, ਹਰ ਤਬਕੇ ਤੋਂ, ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਤੋਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਦੂਸਰੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਵਾ, ਦੂਸਰੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਐਸ ਪਰ ਦੀ ਐਂਬਿਟ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਲਾਅ। ਸੋ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਲੀਗਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ 'ਚ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਨਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਧਰਨਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੀਸਫੁਲੀ ਸਮਾਪਤ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਉੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਸੀ ਗਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣ ਜਾਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਮਾਪਤ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਰੋਡ ਉਹ ਖੁੱਲ ਗਈ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੇਸ ਰਜਿਸਟਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਵਾ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਰੂਰਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੰਘ ਉਦੋਵਾਲ ਪਿੰਡ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨੇ ਪਰਚਾ ਦਰਜ ਕਰਾਇਆ 2 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ on the complaint of Sarpanch of the village Udowal that uncle of Amritpal has held their family hostage। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੌੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਚਾ uncle of Amritpal kept the family hostage on gun point। ਸਰਪੰਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਆ, ਉਦੋਂ ਕੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦਾ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ 2 ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ, complaint is from the Sarpanch of the village Udoke। ਫਰਦਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਅਹਿਮ ਸਫਲਤਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੋਂ, ਉਹ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਭੱਜਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਦਦ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਉਹ 4 ਇੱਕ ਗੁਰਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਏਲੀਅਸ ਦੀਪਾ ਹੈ, ਹਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਏਲੀਅਸ ਹੈਪੀ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਭੇਜ ਸਿੰਘ ਏਲੀਅਸ ਭੇਜਾ। ਇਹ 4 ਉਹ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ਡ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਭੱਜਣ 'ਚ ਮਦਦ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ। 4 accused helped Amritpal to escape from the spot in the Breza car and the Breza car has been recovered. Those 4 are Manpreet alias Manna, who is from Shahpur, alias Deepa, Gurdeep Singh Deepa, ਕੋਦਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਹਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ alias ਹੈਪੀ, ਇਹ ਕੋਟਲਾ ਨੌਰਥ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੁਸ਼ਿਆਰਪੁਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰਭੇਜ ਸਿੰਘ alias ਭੇਜਾ, ਇਹ ਗੁੰਦਾਰਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ 4 ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸੈੱਟ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਵਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਰਮਡ ਐਕਟ ਦਾ ਕੇਸ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਸਟਡੀ ਚੋਂ, ਮਤਲਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਗਿਰਫਤ ਤੋਂ ਭਜਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਐਡ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। The sections under the Arms Act and also helping Amritpal to escape are being added। ਨੰਗਲ ਅੰਬੀਆਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆ। ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਚੇਂਜ ਕੀਤੇ, ਉਹਨੇ ਸ਼ਰਟ ਪਾਈ, ਨੰਗਲ ਅੰਬੀਆਂ ਵਿਲੇਜ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਛੱਡ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੁੱਛਗਿੱਛ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੜੇ ਆ ਬੰਦੇ 4, ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹ ਨੰਗਲ ਅੰਬੀਆਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਉਸ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਕੇ, ਪੈਂਟ ਸ਼ਰਟ ਪਾ ਕੇ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 3 ਬੰਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੀਗੇ। 2 ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਦਿਓ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ। ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਪੀਪਲ ਆਫ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਰਾਜਕਤਾ ਫੈਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਸੋ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਦੇਣ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਕੋਈ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਣ, ਚਾਹੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਰਪੰਚ ਪੰਚ ਕੋਈ ਮੋਤਬਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਵਾ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਂਟਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹਰ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੱਦੇਨਜ਼ਰ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਨਾਰਮਲੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਐਵਰੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਇਨ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਵਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਗ੍ਰਾਫਸ ਆ, ਕੁਝ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਗ੍ਰਾਫਸ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆਈਆਂ, ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ। We want to release those photographs ਚੈਨਲਸ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਜਾਣ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ so that they can go into media। ਜਦੋਂ ਫੜਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਿਸ ਪੁਲੀਏ ਚ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਰੂਲ ਆਊਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲੱਭੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਅਲੱਗ-ਅਲੱਗ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ, ਉਹ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਕੂਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ। I'm sharing the photos and we request for the wider circulation of these photos to nab the accused ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ 153 have been arrested so far। ਜਿਹਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਐਨਐਸਏ ਐਕਟ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਵਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਨਐਸਏ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਨਐਸਏ ਹੈਜ਼ ਬੀਨ ਇੰਪੋਜ਼ਡ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ। ਉਹ ਲੱਗ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ, ਕੱਲ ਦਾ ਲੱਗ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਪੂਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਜੀ। ਉਹ ਐਕਟ ਲੱਗਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਸਰਨਡ ਡਿਪਟੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਸਕੇਪ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਆਰਡਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਫੋਲੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਜੁਡੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਮੈਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਬੰਦਾ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਟੂ ਜੁਡੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਮੈਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਦਾ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਵਾਰੰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਨ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਵਾਰੰਟ ਆ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ 18 ਨਾਨ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਵਾਰੰਟ ਹੈਜ਼ ਬੀਨ ਇਸ਼ੂਡ। ਫਰਦਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਅਵੇਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਵਾ, ਤਾਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ 82-83 ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ CRPC ਦੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਵੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ the action can be taken under the section of CRPC if we further evade the arrest ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੀਜਰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਾਨ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਵਾਰੰਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਾਏ ਗਏ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਵਿੱਚ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, जो पंजाब में जो सिचुएशन है बिल्कुल स्टेबल है।
The situation is stable in
पंजाब, जिनके जैसे खुद आप आज पंजाबियों से बात की, पूरी स्थिति पे वो खुद नजर रखे हुए हैं इस पूरी स्थिति पे, और लगातार फीडबैक ले रहे हैं ऑफिसर से पूरे पंजाब में क्या सिचुएशन है, और पूरी तरह से हर तरफ पूरी तरह शांति है। आज CM साहब ने जैसे बताया, उनको बहुत सारी पंजाब से, पंजाब के बाहर से बहुत सारी कॉल्स आई जिनमें लोगों ने उनको धन्यवाद किया, क्योंकि सारे लोग इस कार्रवाई से बिल्कुल संतुष्ट हैं। जो बैड एलिमेंट्स के खिलाफ पूरा ये ऑपरेशन हुआ है उसमें सारे बहुत खुश हैं, और पंजाब के जो लोग हैं और पूरे इंडिया के जो लोग हैं उनको CM साहब ने भी धन्यवाद किया है, क्योंकि सबसे बहुत कोऑपरेशन मिली इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में, और बाकी एजेंसी से, बाकी स्टेट से भी हमें फुल कोऑपरेशन मिल रहा है इस केस में, और पुलिस इसमें बिल्कुल कानून के अनुसार काम कर रही है। बहुत सारे लोगों को आशंका है, लेकिन अभी तक जो प्राइम अक्यूज्ड है वो अभी इस केस में अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ है। जैसे ही वो अरेस्ट होगा तुरंत इसकी जानकारी जो है दी जाएगी।
एक बात बताइए, जो आपने ब्रेजा रिकवर की है और जो 4 बंदों का आपने नाम लिया, वो ब्रेजा में ही थे या उन्होंने बाहर से आके अमृतपाल को मदद किया?
नहीं, वो ब्रेजा कार में ही थे, जो मैं वही उसी पे आ रहा हूँ मैं। जो अभी तक हमने जो इसमें एक तो FIR नंबर 28 दर्ज की है 20 मार्च को, जिसमें जो सरपंच है मनप्रीत सिंह, उसकी स्टेटमेंट पे FIR दर्ज की है कि 2 लोग, जो एक हरजीत सिंह और हरप्रीत सिंह, उसने ये एलिगेशन लगाए कि इन्होंने गन पॉइंट पे उसको रखा था, और उसके बाद ये लोग जो है पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किए इस केस में। दूसरा, गन पॉइंट पे सरपंच जो मनप्रीत सिंह है, जो उसको रखा था उसके रेजिडेंस पे, कि जबरदस्ती के हमें शेल्टर दिया जाए उसके रेजिडेंस पे, क्योंकि इनको शेल्टर देने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं था, तो उसके एलिगेशन है कि इन्होंने जबरदस्ती गन पॉइंट पे मुझे रखा हुआ था। सरपंच मनप्रीत सिंह है, और जो अक्यूज्ड है 2, एक हरजीत सिंह है, एक हरप्रीत सिंह है, 2 अक्यूज्ड है इसमें। दूसरा जो अहम इसमें जो सुराग लगा है कि 4 अक्यूज हमने अरेस्ट किए हैं, जिनसे एक ब्रेजा कार जो है बरामद हुई है। ये मनप्रीत सिंह एलियस मन्ना, गुरदीप सिंह एलियस दीपा, हरप्रीत सिंह एलियस हैप्पी और गुरपेज सिंह एलियस पेजा, ये 4 वो अक्यूज हैं जिन्होंने उसको एस्केप करने में मदद की। ब्रेजा गाड़ी इन्होंने यूज़ की जब ये चारों ने और अमृतपाल ने मिलकर जब वहाँ से दौड़े हैं। जो दूसरा जो अहम सुराग इसमें है कि उसके बाद ये गुरुद्वारा साहब है, नंगल अंबिया विलेज का गुरुद्वारा साहब, वहाँ पे गए, वहाँ पे कपड़े चेंज किए, पैंट और शर्ट डाली उसने अमृतपाल ने। उसके बाद 2 मोटरसाइकिल्स पे 4 लोग जो थे 2 मोटरसाइकिल्स पे एस्केप किए हैं वहाँ से। तो इस केस में एक तो मैं सबसे अपील करना चाहूँगा कि इसकी अरेस्ट में और बाकी जो बैड एलिमेंट्स हैं उनकी अरेस्ट में पंजाब पुलिस को आपके सहयोग की ज़रूरत है। दूसरा, क्योंकि जैसे ही कोई अक्यूज किसी केस में वांटेड होता है तो उसकी हम बहुत सारी पिक्चर्स जो भी हमारे पास अवेलेबल होती हैं वो पिक्चर्स हम रिलीज़ करते हैं। तो अमृतपाल की बहुत सारी पिक्चर्स हैं जो अलग अलग अटायर में हैं, अलग अलग तरह की पिक्चर्स हैं, वो हम लोग अभी रिलीज़ कर रहे हैं। वो पिक्चर्स मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि डिस्प्ले की जाए ताकि लोग इसको अरेस्ट करवाने में हमारी मदद कर सकें इस केस में। नहीं, ये कार हमने जो मनप्रीत मन्ना है इनसे हमने रिकवर की है, क्योंकि हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इसके रेजिडेंस से हमने किया जो नवा किला है, क्योंकि हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये चीज़ एस्टेब्लिश हो गई थी कि वहाँ से ब्रेजा गाड़ी यूज़ हुई है। फर्दर आगे भी जैसे मैंने कहा कि हमने ये भी एस्टेब्लिश कर लिया कि वो गाड़ी में बैठ के ये गुरुद्वारा साहब तक गए हैं, वहां से चेंज करने के बाद फिर 2 मोटरसाइकिल्स में एस्केप किया इन्होंने। तो ये पूरी जो लड़ी है हमारी वो आपस में कनेक्ट हो रही है।
सर, जो आपने फोटो दी है उसमें क्लीन भी है,
ये पुरानी फोटोग्राफ्स हैं जो हमने कहीं से, जैसे हमें जिस तरह के बेस में फोटोग्राफ मिली है वो हम रिलीज कर रहे हैं। वो हम नहीं कह सकते क्योंकि जब तक अरेस्ट नहीं होगा वो हम नहीं कह सकते कि वो किस तरह के अटायर में, किस तरह के बेस में होगा। बट लोगों की जानकारी के लिए उनके पास हर तरह की फोटोग्राफ होनी जरूरी है। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਗੱਡੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਗੇ ਫਰਦਰ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮੰਨਾ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਚਾਰੋਂ ਬੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੁੱਛਗਿੱਛ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਆਈ ਆ ਕਿ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੰਗਲ ਲੰਬੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਗਏ। ਉੱਥੇ 4 ਬੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਚ 3 ਬੰਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੇ 4 ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਸਕੇਪ ਕੀਤੇ, 3 ਹੋਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ, ਮਤਲਬ 3 ਪਲੱਸ 1 ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਅਜੇ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕੌਣ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ उस जगह के उत्ते 3 बंदे होर सीगे, फिर 4 बंदे 2 मोटरसाइकिल पे। मोटरसाइकिल का पता लगा कौन कौन मोटरसाइकिल? नहीं वही मैं ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਤੇ 4 ਬੰਦੇ 3 ਬੰਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਏ ਆ, ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਅਜੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕਰਨੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਚ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਉਹ 4 ਬੰਦੇ ऑन द बाइक की डिटेल्स अभी मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, वो हम अभी चेक कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आज ही इनको हमने अरेस्ट किया है। इनसे हमें प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये पता चला है कि ये 4 लोग वहाँ पे गए थे, वहाँ से फिर चेंज करके आगे गए। बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कौन से बाइक पे कौन लेके आया था, लगातार कि उसके परिवार वाले आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अमृतपाल पुलिस कस्टडी में है। क्या कहना सर आपका कि क्या कस्टडी में है या पंजाब के? देखो, मैं इसको बहुत पहले हम लोग स्पष्ट कर चुके हैं कि अमृतपाल आज तक पुलिस की कस्टडी में नहीं है। पुलिस बिल्कुल लॉ के मुताबिक काम कर रही है। जैसे ही अरेस्ट होगा तुरंत हम बताएंगे, बिकॉज हम इससे ज्यादा एक करके कर लो। सर मैं पूछ सकता हूँ जैसे कि फंडिंग के बारे में कुछ पता चला सर कि फंडिंग के ऊपर एक आपने जो गुड़गांव से गिरफ्तार किया सर? देखो, हमें जैसे मैंने कहा कि सारी सेंट्रल एजेंसी से हमें बिल्कुल बहुत कोऑपरेशन मिल रही है। एक स्पेसिफिक एजेंसी क्या कर रही है वो मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा इस जगह पे। कितनी टीमें सर यहाँ पे हैं? नहीं देखो, ये सारा ये जड़िया चीज़ा है ना कि वैल प्लान सीगा ਜਾਂ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਅਜੇ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਤਫਤੀਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, क्योंकि एक एक करके पूछो जी सर क्या सर हाँ जी, ब्रीजा गाड़ी अभी हमारी कस्टडी में है। पुलिस स्टेशन शाहकोट है, वहाँ पे हमारे जिला जलंधर रूरल में। क्या अमृतपाल ह्यूमन बम बनाने के भी विचार कर रहा है? ऐसा कोई अभी तक हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में मैं कह रहा जी वो पार्ट चेक कर रहे। देखो अजे अज उन्होंने सुबह अरेस्ट किया चारों ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਪ੍ਰੀਲਿਮਿਨਰੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗਏ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਗਏ, ਕੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਲ ਕੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਪਾर्ट ਅਜੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਟੂ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੱਲ नहीं ਅੱਜ ਸੁਬਾਹ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂ नहीं वो सारा अजय कर रहे हैं जी। वी विल रिलीज जब आएगा। नहीं अजय तक नहीं हुई जी, कोई अजय तक कोई देखो ये ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜੀ, NSA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ 5 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਆ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਵਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੰਸੈਂਟ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਿੰਨੇ NSA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਬਰੂਗੜ੍ਹ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਵਾ। 1-to-1 ਬੇਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਲੈਂਕਟ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਜਿਉਂ-ਜਿਉਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਤਿਉਂ-ਤਿਉਂ ਕਾਲ ਲਈ ਜਾएगी किन्नू किथे रखना। जैकेट भी मिली है, हथियार मिले हैं, क्या है सर ये पूरी कहानी? कितनी जैकेट मिली? नहीं देखो जो जैकेट्स मिली है, एग्जैक्ट नंबर ऑफ जैकेट्स तो नहीं मैं बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन सारी जैकेट्स के ऊपर AKF लिखा हुआ है, जिससे हमें सस्पिशन है कि वो जैसे मैंने कल कहा था कि अनंतपुर फौज है, तो वो उसकी बाकी डिटेल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, सारा चेक कर रहे हैं। अजय तक नहीं जी, NIA अजय तक नहीं है, बट फर्दर जो जेडी सेंट्रल एजेंसी की सानू जरूरत होएगी जहाँ की जाएगी। हाँ जी देखो ये चीज़ा जी है ना जो फड़िया जाएगा ना जी उदों सारिया जितना हमारे पास आज तक एविडेंस आया है उससे देयर इज ए स्ट्रॉन्ग सस्पिशन, क्योंकि फंड्स जो हैं जैसे गाड़ियां जो हैं 5 गाड़ियां हैं इनके पास, वो सारी गाड़ियां उन लोगों के नाम पे है जिन लोगों के पास फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे। दूसरा है कि इनके जो जितने भी आज तक फाइनेंसेस वेरीफाई हुए हैं उनके कोई रिलायबल क्रेडिटेबल सोर्सेज नहीं है, तो उससे हमें डाउट है कि इसकी जो फंडिंग है वो फॉरेन फंडिंग थी, एंड दैट पार्ट इज बीइंग इन्वेस्टिगेटेड। उसमें भी और टाइम लगेगा। कलसी को आपने गिरफ्तार किया, उससे नहीं ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਨਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ escape ਕੀਤੇ ਆ, क्योंकि अगले पासे ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੀ, क्योंकि एकदम बैक साइड ਤੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਉਤਰ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਚੋਂ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਨਾਲ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਚੋਂ ਉਤਰ ਕੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਉਤਰ ਕੇ ਦੂਜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਤੱਕ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਫਰਦਰ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਹੁਣ ਆਇਆ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉਤਰ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਬਰੇਜ਼ਾ ਕਾਰ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਦੋ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਹੁਣ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਟੈਪ ਬਾय ਸਟੈਪ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। 2 motorcycles have also been used and now our investigation is looking into that angle। वो पार्ट अभी हम पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं। मोटरसाइकिल लेके किस दिशा में गए? मैं कह रहा हूँ वही चीज है। देखो आपको अपडेट करते रहेंगे, अभी तक हमारे पास एविडेंस नहीं है। सर सवाल ये कि जो आपने कलसी को गिरफ्तार किया है, क्या उसके फंडिंग के क्या सबूत कुछ मिले सर? वो अभी हम उसको इंटेरोगेट पंजाब पुलिस का करना अभी बाकी है। तो करें सर, तो इनको मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, जब उसको करेंगे तब ये सारी चीजें सामने आएंगी। कपड़े रिकवर हुए हैं, वो ब्रीजा गड्डी से रिकवर हुए या किसी और? नहीं कपड़े ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਜੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਗੱਡੀ ਚੋਂ ਵੈਪਨ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 ਬੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ਡ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੁੱਛਗਿੱਛ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਚੇਂਜ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਗਲਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਚੈੱਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੇ
Breaking news, we are learning Indians in London have come out in huge numbers to protest against the attack on the Indian tricolour. The Indians have gathered outside the High Commission. I'm told Kuldeep is joining us live and he's just outside where you have all this action taking place. Kuldeep, if you can hear me, please take it away and take us through what you're hearing. What are the kind of voices today that you're picking up from Ground Zero?
See, the Indian community here has taken it upon themselves, as I told yesterday, that the Indian community has come out in very good numbers in support of the High Commission, what has happened here day after. And they have come in very, very good numbers in support of the High Commission for what was done to the High Commission building. The door was smashed, the flag was smashed, but today the atmosphere is really electric, and you can see everybody here is here in a very, very festive mood and supporting India. It's a support to India and it's a slap on the face of separatists who are trying to destabilize our country and also the peace and harmony in this country.
Kuldeep, would it be possible for you to speak to people around you?
Well, there's a lot of noise, and if I try to speak to somebody, the audio will not be very, very clear. Because there's lots of crowd, and they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and they have been very, very vocal today. They have come out in great numbers, and they are showing their full support to the High Commission. Because in UK, this was not expected that somebody can come and do this to the High Commission of India. But in response, the Indian community has shown their strength, their will, and they have shown full support to the country.
And Kuldeep, there have been concerns, saying that if there is so much that India and UK otherwise are doing, and you do see India reaching out to UK, why is the UK not responding in equal measure, and why there has been a rather meek response from the authorities there? Like there have been questions on the police, on a lot of other agencies there, Kuldeep, who did not act in time.
What I have been told is that they are trying to allow the support of the people who want to.
So I'm told we have a bad audio line with Kuldeep, but he's getting us these live images, and these are Indians in London who've come out in huge numbers to protest against the attack on the tricolour. They are right now protesting outside the High Commission. side of this quick break, as you have the Indian diaspora that has gathered in huge numbers outside the High Commission.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही है, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the
Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Indians in London have come out in large numbers to condemn the attack against the tricolour. That's a top story. It's happening live right now. We'll go to it, but first the headlines we're tracking at this moment. Sensational CCTV access shows Amritpal escaping in a Brezza car at a Jalandhar toll plaza.
इतिहास गवाह है, जिसने भी पंजाब के सोशल भाईचारक सांझ को, जिसने भी पंजाब की अमन शांति को तोड़ने की रत्ती भर भी कोशिश की, तो पंजाबियों ने उसका मुंह तोड़ना जवाब दिया।
Khalistani preacher still at large, but Oman government praises itself for law and order, says there is nothing to worry about. Massive face-off in the capital. Kejriwal takes on centre and the LG over blocking Delhi government budget.
भारत सरकार नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट जारी करती है और वर्ष 2018 में एंटीगुआ की सिटीजनशिप मेहुल चोक्सी नाम के उस आर्थिक अपराधी को मिल जाती है।
Interpol withdraws red notice against Choksi. Aam Aadmi Party hits out at centre, calls it a failure. DRS leader K. Kavita's third round of questioning underway in connection with Liquorgate. A day after India visits Japanese Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister lands in Kiev. Viewers, as we speak right now, it's happening live as we speak. Indians in London have come out in huge numbers to protest against the attack on Indian tricolour. Indians have gathered outside High Commission. They're singing patriotic songs, and they're fighting back the Khalistan elements. This coming in after Khalistan supporters are creating havoc all around the globe. Supporters of Khalistan had started causing havoc around the globe. Khalistan supporters had stormed the Indian consulate in San Francisco following vandalism in London. Now remember that the videos of supporters breaking the doors and barging into the office surfaced on social media. Now, Indians in London, they're taking matters and they are in fact going ahead and they're protesting. They're protesting what happened. They're protesting the attack on the tricolour, viewers, and that is happening as we speak. Those visuals coming in on the right side of your screen are the Indians fighting back. Now, these Indians are in London. They're coming out in huge numbers. You can see that many Indians have gathered there in London and they're protesting the attack on the Indian tricolour. The Indians have gathered outside the High Commission and they're singing patriot songs. Those are the visuals coming in. On the left-hand side, you see the attack on the tricolour, where Khalistan supporters had tried to attack the Indian tricolour, viewers. Those are the visuals coming in right over there. And right now, Indians fighting back after those videos had also emerged on social media. The social media was flooded, in fact, with footage of the San Francisco consulate being vandalized and the London consulate as well being vandalized. It is, in fact, a very, very big story which had broken out when we saw that the Indian embassy there was being attacked. The High Commission was being attacked, not just in London, but we have seen time and again how Khalistan supporters have not just attacked the Indian High Commissions, they have also gone ahead and vandalized temples in multiple locations all over the world. But right now we are seeing a strong message coming in from the Indians, where the Indians are fighting back and they are saying that these kind of incidents are completely unacceptable, viewers. We can see that those visuals coming in. We can see how many Indians have gathered there. It looks like a large number of people have come out on the streets of London. They all are holding the Indian flag, the Indian tricolour, waving it in the air to show solidarity and to show that they are together as a community. And these kind of attacks, Khalistan terror, will not be tolerated. I'm getting these visuals coming in right now where we can see that the Indians have hit the street in London after that attack that we saw. Remember that yesterday itself, Khalistan protesters, they had vandalized, they had smashed the windows of the Indian High Commission. Many people were, in fact, one person was arrested after Khalistan supporters removed the tricolour from the Indian High Commission in London, viewers. So we're getting these visuals coming in at this point of time where the Khalistan supporters had tried to desecrate, they had tried to vandalize the High Commission. Remember that the London Mayor, Sadiq Khan, has already condemned the violent attack, said that the violent disorder and vandalism that took place was absolutely unacceptable. All right, viewers, let's move ahead to the other big story we're tracking right now. And there's a big hot chase right now to find Amritpal, who has been declared a fugitive. In the latest we are picking up in the Amritpal Singh chase story, Punjab police have found Amritpal's clothes in the Brezza car Now this is the visual of that you can see on your screen. Now these clothes and these items of Amritpal have been found in Jalandhar. The clothes which Amritpal wore on 18 March when he had escaped from the police is now found by Punjab police. Now the car, which could also be seen in the CCTV footage which we have accessed, is now found by the Punjab police. So we are seeing that at this point of time, Republic has accessed the picture of the bike as well. So the Punjab police have found the Amritpal's clothes in the Brezza car. They have also, in fact, found that car, which was in the CCTV footage which we showed you, where we could see 5 cars moving across a toll plaza. Now, the bike on which Amritpal is supposed to have escaped, because remember, the police had held a press conference a short while back. The police said that Amritpal had escaped on a bike. Now, that is the visual right over there, where you can see on the right hand of your screens, where he left the car, he left his convoy, and he tried to escape on a bike. So, visuals coming in at this point of time, viewers, here on Republic TV. So we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in. It's been more than 78 hours right now, and still the hunt for Amritpal continues. Now, at the same time, the CM has said that Punjab is in safe hands, but a lot of vigilance in the state of Punjab, where internet services remain suspended, viewers. All right, viewers, let's move ahead to what is happening in London once again. Now, what we see in London is that Indians are gathering together as a community. Indians are coming together at this point of time in London, and they're fighting against what happened just a day back, where we saw Khalistan protesters and supporters smash windows of the Indian High Commission in London. They tried to attack and remove the tricolour from the Indian High Commission in London. And what we see are Indians gathering there and saying that this kind of a violent act, which put the society's fabric in danger, they cannot be tolerated. Republic is live from the protest site in London as we speak, viewers, and very soon we will be joined by our reporters as well. Okay, right now being joined by Rashmi Samant, activist, former president of Oxford University, joining us live from London. A very good evening to you here from India. We are seeing these visuals come in where it's very, very obvious that the Indian community feels that it's not the time to stay quiet anymore. Multiple incidents of Khalistan supporters attacking temples. This time, even the High Commission attacking the tricolour. Take us through exactly what is happening in London as we speak.
Well, I think, as you all saw, the Khalistan, under the guise of a peaceful protest, tried to desecrate the Indian flag outside the Indian High Commission. And you can see the Indian community fight back. You see a staff at the Indian High Commission actually flash back the flag. You see Indians gathering. I'm actually here at the site to show solidarity with the Indian High Commission and to, represent that spirit of Bharatiyata, that, you cannot attack us and we won't take these things lying down. It's interesting to watch that there are many Sikh brothers and sisters who have joined us today to show that Khalistan movement is just a fringe movement and that it does not represent either India or the sentiment of the general Sikh population.
Right. And Rashmi, what was very, very interesting and what shows solidarity amongst the Indian community is that after these Khalistan supporters vandalized the Indian High Commission in London, a picture has been shared where it shows a tricolour, a bigger tricolour, a huge tricolour stretched across the India House in London. And that really shows the sentiment that the people feel right now, where Indians are fighting back and they're taking matters and very seriously. They ask for security. The mayor has also commented that these kind of actions will not be tolerated. Rashmi.
Yes, I think definitely you can see that there was an attempt at desecration and that the Indian High Commission actually rescued the flag in right time. But what's disappointing is that the police got there late and they should have gotten there in right gear to disperse the crowd before something like that happened, because the Indian High Commission has been a target time and again. So I only hope that the authorities do more. There was an arrest within just 24 hours of the attempted desecration. And I hope that more arrests are to follow, and that the next time they try to, do something funny, the police gets there right in time and disperses the mob and, arrests the miscreants. That's the only hope.
Right. And Rashmi, we can see that, we can see a lot of Indian flags right behind you. And we can see that many people have gathered. If you could just show our viewers exactly what's happening where you are. And if you could also try to speak to some of the other Indians who have come there and they're showing their solidarity as a community.
Well, I think I can show you some of what's happening here. And there's your big flag.
Right. So we can see that. That is the Indian flag, Rashmi, which all the viewers are watching. These exclusive images. That is the Indian flag. Even though the Khalistan supporters try to vandalize the Indian tricolor, there's a bigger flag, Rashmi, if you show it once again. There's a bigger flag, a big flag there, which is standing very proudly there near the Indian High Commission, Rashmi. And any kind of reaction coming in from the government there in London about these attacks?
Nothing as such, I guess, except for diplomats kind of condemning the violence and stuff like that. You can clearly see that the glass, was smashed of the High Commission right behind me. But yeah, I think we await more official, statements from the officials. It's yet to be seen. I think as the community, I haven't seen anything to my best knowledge.
Right. And we know, Rashmi, as you can also show the visuals once again of that flag, the bigger flag which has been put there, it is to show, and that's very, very important, viewers, to note right now that the bigger flag, the huge flag put there is to show that no matter what attempt is being made from the Khalistan supporters, India will not back down. And that is the reason that huge flag is put there. But right now, Rashmi, we also know the ministry has demanded explanation about the absence of security at the High Commission premises. And so that is also something that we are seeing there. So is it a high security zone, the Indian High Commission there?
Not really. I think we just have 3 or 4 policemen present here. There's no high security that you can see as right now.
Right, Rashmi. So, Rashmi, I also want to ask you just one last question before we, in fact, wrap up. Rashmi, just take us a little bit through about what are the sentiments on ground right now. What are the sentiments of the people there on ground? And if you could just try to speak to some of the supporters there, because we are seeing many people have gathered there. How many people have gathered there? How many Indians have gathered there? And if you could get a comment from any of them who have gathered there at the spot.
Well, I think the spirit is of celebration of the Indian spirit, and everybody is just here to show that you can't walk all over us. They're here to show that Indian sovereignty has to be intact and that we all want Bharat to be as it is, and we won't allow Bharat to be split into parts. And that is unfortunately a sentiment that we will not allow to happen. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get to anybody here right now. So yeah, I need to rush. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Rashmi. Rashmi Samant, activist, former president of the Oxford University, was joining us live from London. She's also present there at the spot where the Indians are fighting back. Remember, after Khalistan supporters tried to attack the Indian tricolour, right now, the Indian community coming together as a whole and making it very clear that these kind of violent acts and these kind of activities will not be tolerated. Even the London mayor has made it very clear that these kind of acts are absolutely something which can't be tolerated, viewers. We're getting these live images coming in. We'll, of course, track this story very, very closely. Taking a very short break on India's #1 news network. We're coming up on the other side. It's a very short break. Viewers, Interpol withdraws a red notice against Choksi Aam Aadmi Party hits out at centre, calls it a failure. And BRS leader K. Kavita's third round of questioning underway in connection with Liquorgate.
A group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
Top national update viewers, BRS leader K. Kavita submitted all the phones she has used so far as she walked in for the third round of questioning in the Delhi excise policy at the Enforcement Directorate office. Kavita was seen brandishing the phones in front of media people before entering the ED office. In a letter to the ED, the 44-year-old MLC daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao said that, and I quote here, "These phones are submitted without prejudice to my right and contentions and larger contentions whether a woman's phone can be intruded the teeth of her right to privacy." The supporters of the leader of opposition in Karnataka Assembly, Siddaramaiah, held a protest outside his house in Bengaluru, demanding that he contest the upcoming elections from the Kolar seat. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV, Siddaramaiah said, and I quote here, "Nobody has told me not to contest from Kolar, and I will take a decision shortly." Income Tax Department on Monday conducted raids at around 5 places in Bengaluru on offices belonging to real estate and stock market listed company Shobha Developers. At least 50 IT officials divided into 5 teams raided the offices of Shobha Developers at the area there and 3 other locations. And stepping up its attack on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, BJP national spokesperson Sambit Patra said that Rahul is present-day Mir Jafar, who went overseas seeking help from foreign forces to become a Nawab in India. Samit Pasra said that Rahul will have to apologize in Parliament at any cost. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. And meanwhile, in fact, we are seeing that the hot chase continues for Amritpal. Sensational CCTV accessed shows Amritpal escaping in a car at the Jalandhar toll plaza.
Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture. Of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
We'll stop a global updates. Russian strategic bombers flew over neutral towers, the waters there of the Sea of Japan. 2 long-range strategic bombers took off and flew over the sea. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping met with the Russian Prime Minister in Moscow. He also met with Russian President Vladimir Putin for nearly 5 hours of talks. Viewers, we're live and breaking and much more coming up on the other side. A sensational CCTV access shows Amritpal escaping in a car at a Jalandhar toll plaza.
of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है, और ये देखिए ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, अब बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went earthquake happened, then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
From Mercedes to the Brezza car to the bike, Punjab police reveal how Amritpal escaped arrest. ISI links under pro-Pakistan High Commission in India writes to Islamabad Foreign Office regarding Amritpal. BRS leader K. Kavita's third round of questioning underway in connection with the liquor gate.
सेम टू सेम बजट हमने कोई चेंज करके नहीं भेजा। जो बजट में लिखा था उसी में से 4 लाइनें कोट कर करके भेज दी। आज एलजी साहब ने भी कल रात को 10:30 बजे लिख दिया अप्रूव्ड।
Massive face-off in the capital. Kejriwal takes on centre and the LG over blocking Delhi government budget.
भारत सरकार नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट जारी करती है और वर्ष 2018 में एंटीगुआ की सिटीजनशिप मेहुल चोकसी नाम के उस आर्थिक अपराधी को मिल जाती है।
Interpol withdraws a red notice against Choksi. Aam Aadmi Party hits out at centre, calls it a failure. And day after India visit Japanese Fumio Kishida, the Prime Minister, lands in Kiev. All right, viewers, on This Is Exclusive, we have got a big exclusive for you. And remember, the Punjab police has said again and again, reiterated that Amritpal had ISIS links, that he had links, terror links outside the country as well. Republic has spoken to the IGP Punjab, and here's what he had to say.
ब्रेक थ्रू मिला। जिस तरह से हम लोगों ने सीसीटीवी फुटेज में देखा था, सबसे आगे ब्रिजा गाड़ी थी। आज आप लोगों ने ब्रिजा गाड़ी रिकवर की है, तो 3 सवाल है सर। ब्रिजा गाड़ी रिकवर कहां से हुई, क्या क्या एलिमेंट्स हैं जो ब्रिजा गाड़ी के अंदर आप लोगों को मिले, और एग्जैक्टली कौन लोग थे जिनकी मदद से वो ब्रिजा गाड़ी पे बैठकर अमृतपाल फरार हुए?
देखिए, जो ब्रिजा गाड़ी है, शाहकोट पुलिस स्टेशन के एरिया में ये गाड़ी रिकवर की गई है। 4 लोग हमने इसमें अरेस्ट किए हैं। एक मनप्रीत सिंह एलियस मन्ना, गुरदीप सिंह एलियस दीपा, हरप्रीत एलियस हैप्पी और गुरपेज सिंह एलियस बेजा। 4 लोग हमने अरेस्ट किए हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने अमृतपाल को नाका से, जब पुलिस का नाका था, जब पुलिस इसको अरेस्ट करने वाली थी, वहाँ से एस्केप करने में मदद की है। इस गाड़ी में से हमें वेपन मिले हैं, कुछ एक राइफल मिली है, स्वॉर्ड मिली है और कुछ और इक्विपमेंट्स उसमें से मिले हैं। इसमें हमने फ्रेश FIR नंबर 47 आर्म्स एक्ट में और उसमें कुछ सेक्शंस जो एस्केप करवाने के हैं वो सेक्शंस हमने लगाए हैं। जो इनकी अब तक इंटेरोगेशन हुई है, जो 4 लोग अरेस्ट किए हैं, उसमें ये आया कि वहाँ से दौड़ने के बाद ये गुरुद्वारा साहब है नंगल अम्बिया विलेज, वहाँ पे गए हैं। वहाँ जाके अमृतपाल ने कपड़े चेंज किए हैं, पैंट शर्ट पहनी है और वहाँ से 3 और लोग थे इसके साथ, जो 2 मोटरसाइकिल्स पे 2-2 लोग जो है वहाँ से एस्केप किए हैं। फर्दर अभी हम CCTV फुटेजेस एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारी कंटिन्यू है।
सर, एक और बात, जब पहला आप लोगों ने एफिडेविट दिया था उसमें जो जगह बताई थी जहाँ से अमृतपाल ने एस्केप किया वो महतपुर बताई गई थी। अभी जो आप लोगों ने बताया प्रेस कॉन में बुल्लर गाँव बताया गया, तो उन दोनों के भी डिस्टेंस कितनी दूरी पर है और वहाँ पे क्या कोई बॉर्डर स्टेट लगता है क्या?
जो जहाँ से पहले एस्केप किया था वो नाका ही था जो महतपुर के पास था, तो वहाँ से एस्केप किया था। आज हमने ये इसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं हुई है। जो ब्रिजा गाड़ी है वो वहाँ से एस्केप करने में यूज़ हुई थी। नंगल अम्बिया जो है वो सेकंड पॉइंट है, सेकंड लोकेशन है। यहाँ से कपड़े चेंज करने के बाद वो एस्केप किया है।
सर, एक और बात, सर क्या आप लोग को इस बार भी ब्रिजा के अंदर क्या कोई कार्टेजेस मिले या कोई वेपन्स आप लोग को मिला, जैसे कि पहले भी देखा गया आप लोगों ने?
उसमें से कुछ कार्टेजेस भी मिले हैं, स्वॉर्ड्स भी मिली हैं और राइफल भी मिली है। तो तभी हमने फ्रेश जो FIR है आर्म्स एक्ट में रजिस्टर की है उसमें।
सर, एक और बात, एक जो बाइक का सर फुटेज रोल कर रहा है सर अक्रॉस, जिस बाइक पे बैठ के वो फरार हुआ है, सर कौन सी बाइक है, कितनी बाइक है, बाइक में किन के साथ फरार हुआ, और सर क्या बाइक पुलिस ने रिकवर कर ली है?
देखिए, 2 बाइक्स जो अभी है पूछताछ में है कि 2 बाइक्स थी, 3 और लोग थे। जो 3 और लोग थे उनके नाम हमारे पास हैं, बट बिकॉज ऑफ सिक्योरिटी रीजंस इन्वेस्टिगेशन की वजह से अभी हम डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर रहे हैं। बाइक अभी नहीं, बाइक हमारी कस्टडी में अभी नहीं है। वो पार्ट अभी हम फर्दर उस पर लीड्स जो है डेवलप कर रहे हैं आगे उसमें।
सर, एक और बात सर, क्योंकि बार बार सवाल उठाया जा रहा है कि पंजाब में 74 आवर्स हो चुके हैं, अब तक अमृतपाल नहीं मिला है, तो क्या ऐसा क्या आपको लगता है कि किसी और स्टेट जा सकता है, अटायर बदल के अपने लुक को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकता है और कि किसी दूसरे स्टेट में इंटर कर सकता है?
देखिए, ये चीज़ अभी स्टेज पे हम नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन हमारी तरफ से पूरे एफर्ट्स जारी हैं। जिस तरह से हमने जो उसकी पुरानी पिक्चर्स थी, हमारे पास कुछ तस्वीरें थी जो हमने अभी रिलीज़ की हैं, क्योंकि किसी को जब तक अरेस्ट ना किया जाए ये नहीं कहा जा सकता कि वो किस बेस में हमें मिलेगा। तो हम किसी भी चीज़ को रूल आउट नहीं कर रहे हैं अभी।
सर, एक ISI लिंक और हवाला कंपनी कहा जा रहा था, 2 हवाला कंपनियां हैं जिनके थ्रू सारा फॉरेन फंडिंग हो रहा था। तो उन 2 हवाला कंपनियों पे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही थी वो कहां तक पहुंची है? क्या उन हवाला कंपनियों के जो कारोबारी हैं उन तक पुलिस पहुंच पाई है?
नहीं, देखिए ये सारा जो है ना जी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। जब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस स्टेज पे कंप्लीट नहीं होती है तब तक ये माइन्यूट डिटेल्स जो हैं वो हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते।
फॉरेन फंडिंग को लेकर, ISI की ट्रेनिंग को लेकर
मैंने एक चीज स्पष्ट कर दी है कि हमारे पास इतना एविडेंस है कि ही हैड लिंक्स विद ISI, वो हमारे पास है, बट वो पूरी माइन्यूट डिटेल जो है वो शेयर नहीं की जा सकती।
पुलिस ये रूल आउट कर सकती है कि अमृतपाल पंजाब में ही है या फिर किसी दूसरे राज्य जा?
नहीं, हम इस स्टेज पे हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते इसके बारे में।
In fact, we're also getting at latest details in terms of yet another FIR that has now been registered. We're being told that the FIR has been registered against the trio for taking shelter at the gunpoint in village Udwal in Jalandhar. That's the latest now coming in. In fact, the family, we're given to understand, was taken hostage and was kept as a hostage for about 24 hours. The weapon was recovered after he was arrested by the police on 20th of March. In fact, we've also accessed the latest pictures of that bike that was actually used. Remember, multiple vehicles were actually changed is what we are picking up at this point in time. Let's also get our reporters on the ground getting you the latest details. Remember, over 72 hours now we are looking at Amritpal still on the run, but despite that, questions essentially now being raised about whether at all there has been clear lapses. In a short while from now, we'll also put out that big breaking news now coming in. What's the clear Pakistan link as far as Amritpal is concerned? Is there a link? Documents that have now been accessed by Republic TV clearly shows that the Pakistan embassy here in the national capital is now been sending out full details as to what's really happening on the ground. The very fact that this was being planned by the government of Punjab in consultation with the centre for almost 20 days, and the fact that they were basically trying to find ways to ensure that this situation does not go out of hand, the law and order situation remains under control. There have been steps that have been taken. All of that now essentially being relayed by the Pakistan embassy here in the national capital, being sent to the government of Pakistan. And the fact of the matter is, as the Punjab police is now coming on record to say that there is a clear ISI link. Let's put out those details on our screens right now. We'll also go across to our reporters on the ground, Gursimran, Amandeep, as well as Harsha, for getting us the latest details as far as that massive manhunt that is now being carried out. And in a short while from now, we're also going to put out that big breaking news, the exclusive that's been accessed by Republic TV, the document, the letter that has been sent out by the Pakistan embassy to the government of Pakistan in Islamabad, putting out full details as to what exactly is essentially happening with regards to the crackdown that has been carried out. The very fact that Amritpal has been aided by the ISI, it does seem that there are enough proof that the central agencies as well as the Punjab government essentially has at this point in time of that Pakistan, big Pakistan link that is essentially emerging. Let's try and go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. Gursimran as well as Amandeep and Harsha would be joining us for the latest details. Amandeep is joining us live from Jalandhar. Amandeep, why don't you take us to the latest details that you are picking up, the big ISI connection? In fact, we've also accessed that letter that has been written by the Pakistan embassy to the government of Pakistan, putting out full details of the operation of the government of Punjab. What more are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Shavan. It was a clear cut and it was on record and evidently proved that Amritpal is in direct link with ISI. There was no such middleman between Amritpal and ISI. ISI is directly funding to Amritpal for all his events. If we talk about Khalsa Wahir, and in fact, if we talk about other events that were organized by Amritpal Singh and Waris Punjab Day, even at Jallupur Kheda, throughout the Punjab or anywhere else in Punjab, to radicalize the youth and indulge them into his own malicious army, Anandpur Khalsa Force. And in fact, Pakistan was all behind this. Avtar Singh Khanda, Paramjeet Singh Pamma, they all were backed by Pakistan, and from whom Amritpal Singh is getting that training and the guidance and the directions how to create the unrest and how to radicalize the youth in Punjab to promote the agenda of Khalistan. And in fact, formation of his own army is another idea that has been floated from ISI through Paramjit Singh Pamma and Avtar Singh Khanda on the lines of earlier forces that has been created by pro-Khalistani elements, Khalistani Liberation Force, Khalistani Zindabad Force, Babar Khalsa International. So, on the similar lines, they are trying to create his own force to confront the administration, to open the front against the police whenever they come for the arrest. So this kind of planning and this kind of backing Amritpal is getting, and that is the reason the intel agencies from center till Punjab, they have shared each and everything with each other, and it was a foolproof planning to crack down on Amritpal Singh. And Shivan, on 17th of March, just a day before the Punjab police has led this entire trap, they have slapped NSA against Amritpal Singh with the recommendation of Amritsar District Magistrate, and it has been decided after the incident of Ajnala police station. These all details has been disclosed before the High Court by Punjab police, that how they were planning, and 6 FIRs has been registered against Amritpal Singh, and even one more FIR has been registered against Amritpal Singh in Jalandhar as well. Continuously they were in touch with the intel agencies, and every single development has been shared with the central agencies to get more information. And now the possible hideout of Amritpal Singh in Nepal, just because a very strong connection, Amritpal is having a very strong connection from Nepal, from where he was getting the funding, and even the Punjab police and intel agencies have the concrete evidence to prove this fact, that Amritpal Singh was a product and was raised by ISI. He was in direct link with ISI, getting all money from ISI to radicalize the youth, to run the agenda of Khalistan on the grounds of Punjab. Yes, Shavan.
Well, in fact, Amandeep, let's also put out that big breaking news now coming in. The very fact that Pakistan has been closely monitoring every possible development with regards to Amritpal, their own creation, the ISI connection that basically has now emerged. In a letter that has now been accessed by Republic TV, a letter that has been written by the Pakistani embassy, sent out to the government of Pakistan, putting out full details of what's really happened over the last 4 days. In fact, we're going to give you full details of when the letter was actually written, and it was addressed to whom, and what are the details that they are putting out. In fact, what we have accessed right now are full details of that very communication that has taken place. This is what the embassy here in the national capital had to say, and this was basically written just about 4 days ago on 20th of March, when the letter was written by the additional secretary from Minister Political here in the national capital. In fact, they're given full details of what really happened on 18th of March, when a security blanket was essentially thrown over Punjab. The police basically mounted a chase to catch Waris Punjab, the Amritpal Singh, a proponent of the Khalistan movement. The police basically in a statement said that a manhunt was basically launched. So if you take a look at this particular document, if we are putting that on our screens right now, just for our viewers to understand what's really happening on your screens right now, the very letter written by the Pakistani embassy here, sent out to the government of Pakistan, putting out full details of what really is happening right now in Punjab. It only goes on to show the kind of hawk's eye that's on right now in this particular case, where now the Punjab police has come on record to say that there is a clear Pakistan link. Let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, why don't you take us through the latest details? This is a document that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a clear case of the fact that there is a Pakistan link, an ISI link that is basically emerging. What more are you picking up as far as the ISI connection with Amritpal is concerned?
Sishavan, this clearly shows that the Pakistan was directly involved, and their High Commission in the national capital was communicating each and every development that was taking place in Punjab to the Islamabad Foreign Office, and this was written by the Azaz Khan, who is in the Pakistani embassy in the national capital, and it has clearly marked a mention that post the clampdown of the Punjab police on Amritpal, what has been the statement of BJP leader Sunil Jakhar, or what has been the take of the former DGP of the Punjab, Robero. So each and every thing is mentioned, and this letter has been written 2 days after the operation that was conducted by the Punjab police. That is on Sunday. This communication was sent from New Delhi to Islamabad, informing the Foreign Office about the developments that are taking place. And this is one such communication. There is a high possibility that each and every development that is taking place is being conveyed to Islamabad by the Foreign Office of the Pakistan in the national capital. So you can see that how the ISI that has generated funds and sent funds from across the border for Amritpal's activities here in Punjab is now keeping a close watch. So does the Punjab government, that they are getting each and every development officially from their Foreign Office. So this shows that how interested Pakistan is in to see turmoil happening in the state of Punjab. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran. I'll request you to stay on with us as we're getting yet another breaking. I'll also request our producers to bring our reporter Amandeep as well as Harsha, who's going to give us more details as to what's really happening. Now, what's important to highlight at this stage is the plan that Amritpal Singh essentially had. The very fact that he was trying to weaponize the youth of Punjab, basically radicalize them, arm them and carry out what they say their separatist movement. The very fact that there was an army that was essentially being created by Amritpal Singh. Local ammunition was being bought by Amritpal Singh. The bigger question here is who exactly was funding Amritpal Singh. The modus operandi has now been exposed as far as his plans of creating an army. Was this to basically carry out some attacks in Punjab, or was this to wage a war against the government of India? That is exactly what the focus right now is as far as this investigation goes. We've got full details of that entire weaponization plan of Amritpal. I'm told that Amandeep is going to join us live on this broadcast. Amandeep, as far as this entire plan of weaponizing the youth of Punjab, creating an army, what more details are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Shavan. And in fact, they have given the name to their own army is Anandpur Khalsa Force. It has been written on the gate of Amritpal Singh's residence, and even the bulletproof vest has also been created, purchased and mentioned with AKF. On the weapons, it was mentioned AKF, and in fact, AKF is turning to be their own malicious army to fight to open the front against the government for their own separate Sikh state, that is Punjab, to turn into Khalistan. Just because the idea has been given from the driving forces to Amritpal Singh that now it is the time to create his own army and in fact train them with the weapons. So that is the reason. He was always among popular in the youth. He was always addressed youth of Punjab, and the kind of campaign he was running, that he tried to separate the youth from drugs, and in fact he was pushing them towards the Sikh religion. That is the only reason. After pushing them towards the Sikh religion, he was asking them that Sikh religion, there is a trend in Sikh religion to be weaponized and weapons in their hands. All the people surrounded by Amritpal Singh is all having weapons, and they all are youth from the age group of 20 to 35. And in fact, this was the agenda of Amritpal Singh. It was only one person, his uncle Harjeet Singh, who always accompanied him, who always tried to tell him where to speak, what to speak and how to manage the things. The drug de-addiction center turning to be the training center of Amritpal Singh for Akhand, I beg to pardon, Anandpur Sahib Khalsa Force. This is how he was creating his own clan in Jallupur Khede itself. Slowly, gradually, he started making that Jallupur Kheda, his native place, as a headquarter for AKF. And even intel agencies has doped this. Yes, Shavan.
Right. Thank you very much, Amandeep, as well as Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. We'll shift focus to yet another big story that we have been tracking for the last couple of weeks. In fact, Republic Media Network has been at the forefront of exposing the deeds of the Popular Front of India. Big boost for the government as the UAPA tribunal that's headed by Justice Dinesh Kumar Sharma, judge of the Delhi High Court, has upheld the ban that was essentially imposed by the centre on the Popular Front of India. In fact, on 20th of September is when the Ministry of Home Affairs had declared that PFI and its associates, affiliates of fronts, they were basically unlawful associations with an immediate effect for a period of 5 years. In fact, we also spoke to the Maharashtra ASG a short while back. My colleague Sandeep spoke to the Maharashtra ASG. Listen in to what SB Raju had to say.
So I just needed your comments in regards of UAPA tribunal upholding the decision of central government to ban PFI, sir.
See, we examined 100 witnesses from all over, from length and breadth of the country.
Right, sir.
Cases. We showed that PFI, dangerous organization involved in unlawful activities. Its members are involved in unlawful activities. We showed that in one UP case, one of the members was caught with explosives and arms. And the intention was to blow up Ram Mandir and the religious places.
Right, sir.
We also showed that they were conducting arms training to their members. Yes, we played 2 videos in the tribunal to show the type of activities that they are conducting.
All right.
The type of slogans that they were chanting in public rallies. Which was that with the type, we showed that it was meant, all this showed that they wanted to create communal disharmony.
All right.
And we also showed that many of their members, some of their members had also were going to ISIS and be part of that, the ISIS Caliphate war in Syria.
Okay, sir.
We also showed that as far as PFI is concerned, just 1 minute, what was it? Yes, that there was the donations, etc., money which they were receiving was bogus. The donors were not there.
Okay.
And persons who were giving this arms training, etc., were being funded by PFI.
So what? So just a question, sir. What was the source of income of PFI? From where these money was coming, and in fact, what kind of videos that, in fact, that was shown to the?
We showed two videos. One video was a march past of hundreds of PFI cadre in uniform, like military uniform. They were conducting a march past. You know how in Republic Day the march past takes place? That type of marching was there. That was one.
Okay, sir.
Secondly, we showed in the same march past, there was a child who was tutored by his father, who was an active PFI activist, to shout slogans against Hindus and Christians.
Okay.
So we showed this live in the court in the form of a video. Then we also showed that we have seized documents from PFI personnel which talk of Ghazwa-e-Hind 2047. And Ghazwa-e-Hind means that India will become an Islamic state by 2047. That was their aim. And we showed them what was Ghazwa, what is the meaning of Ghazwa-e-Hind 2047. Their aim was to remove the government established by our constitution and in its place have an Islamic government. And we also showed that the Christian professors' hands were cut for no fault of his, only because the member, then all the accused were PFI members, only because they believed that he did something wrong, which was absolutely baseless. So this is all that evidence we led.
Sir, just wanted to know, as you described about that specific video wherein hundreds of PFI members are dressed into army dress and they are training some kind, taking
they're doing a parade.
Okay, that kind of parade. So where actually this parade was carried on? Was it
in some part of Kerala?
Okay.
See, one side this parade is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Another side they're chanting anti-Hindu, anti-Christian slogans.
Okay.
Imagine the plight of those people who are staying in that area who are not Muslims.
Right. So what was the source of income of these PFI members? From where did they got money in order to carry out their proceedings?
Yes, we believe we have established that this money was coming from abroad.
Sir, any specific location? Was it from Pakistan? Was it from...
No, Gulf countries maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the big exclusive by my colleague Sandeep speaking to ASG SV Raju. I beg your pardon, I had wrongly addressed him as the Maharashtra ASG SV Raju, happens to be the Additional Solicitor General, Government of India. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV on that big win for the Government of India with regards to the ban on Popular Front of India. Also on the other side, red corner notice issued against Choksi has now been withdrawn. Central agencies say it's no setback.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So we unveiled the concept EV SUV called the EVX on the first day, is the 11th of January. Followed by the actual launch of two new SUVs from the house of Maruti Suzuki. One is the Fronx and the other being the Jimny. It's been an amazing response so far. Seeing a lot of interest from visitors. You can see in the Maruti Suzuki Pavilion. All the three vehicles are evincing a lot of interest. In fact, for the Fronx and the Jimny, which have already been launched, the bookings are already open, either at any of our Nexa showrooms or on a website. And we've already started seeing some tremendous inflow of bookings.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं, उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है और ये देखिए, ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
US top headlines right now from Mercedes to Brezza car to the bike. Punjab police reveal how Amritpal escaped arrest.
इतिहास गवाह है, जिसने भी पंजाब के सोशल भाईचारक सांझ को, जिसने भी पंजाब की अमन शांति को तोड़ने की रत्ती भर भी कोशिश की, तो पंजाबियों ने उसका मुंह तोड़ना जवाब दिया.
Khalistani preacher still at large, but Oman government praises itself for law and order, says there is nothing to worry about. Indian community comes together, gathers outside the High Commission in London to protest against the flag desecration.
भारत सरकार नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट जारी करती है और वर्ष 2018 में एंटीगुआ की सिटीजनशिप मेहुल चोक्सी नाम के उस आर्थिक अपराधी को मिल जाती है.
Interpol withdraws red notice against Choksi. Aam Aadmi Party hits out and the centre calls it a failure. BRS leader K. Kavita's third round of questioning underway in connection with a liquor gate. And day after India visit, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida lands in Kiev. Viewers, we're live and breaking this Tuesday evening. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. A mega crackdown on Atiq Ahmed's office is happening as we speak. A commissioner of police raided at Atiq Ahmed's office where a huge amount of cash and weapons were recovered, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now. And what we know so far is that cash and weapons are being found in the Prayagraj office, viewers. The big news coming in, and the Yogi government has been taking very strict action. This is in connection, remember, with the Umesh Pal murder case, viewers. After bulldozer action was supposed to be taken against Atiq Ahmed and his henchmen, now we are learning is that a mega crackdown is happening on Atiq Ahmed's office. Let's go across to our executive editor, politics, Ashwarya Kapoor, who's going to get us more. Ashwarya, take us through the latest developments coming in right now. Huge crackdown against the mafia.
Well, that's right. And then the visual right on our screens, we can show these two set of visuals. One set of visuals show huge cache of cash and arms being recovered from the residence and offices in Prayagraj by the Prayagraj police after their raid against Atiq Ahmed. Atiq Ahmed, who's already behind bars, but there was a direct link, according to our sources, in the Umesh Pal murder case, getting a massive crackdown on the mafias and the gangs in Uttar Pradesh. So this is an ongoing process across the state of Uttar Pradesh, and you can see the UP, STF, and then the Prayagraj police coming together. And these visuals of huge cache of weapons and cash both being collected. The cash was in such a huge quantity that the banking, the currency counting machines were basically called in. So a huge cache of cash and arms has been recovered from the offices and the residence of Atiq Ahmed in Prayagraj. This is, the visuals are on our screens. A few people is counting that money alongside with their STF commandos after that raid at the residence and the office of Atiq Ahmed in Prayagraj. There are multiple residences from Prayagraj to Noida of Atiq Ahmed which have been searched, but this was a fresh crackdown on the office in Prayagraj, and from there a huge amount of unregularized, without license weapons and a massive cache of unaccounted money has been recovered from the office in Prayagraj of Atiq Ahmed.
Right. Ashwarya is getting us all the details right now, and it's very, very important to note right now, Ashwarya, if you could tell our viewers a little bit more about this as well. Now, we know that earlier the Yogi government had promised bulldozer action on Atiq Ahmed's henchmen. And this, in a way, is a continuation of what Yogi has been saying again and again. He has said it in the assembly floor as well, that no tolerance toward the mafia. There will be a big crackdown against the mafia. And this is what we are seeing a continuation of, Ashwarya. All right, viewers, we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in. This is a new development coming in, the Umesh Pal murder case. Now, we are learning that Atiq Ahmed's office is being, in fact, checked. A mega crackdown is happening on Atiq Ahmed's office. The Commissioner of Police has raided Atiq Ahmed's office, where huge amount of cash and weapons have been recovered. Now, you can see the visuals there on your screen. You can see police officials right there at Atiq Ahmed's office. We can see cash and even weapons have been found in the Prayagraj office. And like Ashirya Kapoor was explaining to us the details, the Yogi government has been very clear about the mafia, very clear that mafia and any kind of activity which goes against the society's fabric in Uttar Pradesh will not be tolerated. So right now we are seeing that the office is being raided. And these are the details that we're getting for you. Let's go ahead to Vivek, who's also joining us right now. Vivek, take us through what is happening as we speak. It's a big crackdown happening at Atiq's office. What has been found there? We know that a lot of cash, which our viewers can see very clearly on the screen, a lot of cash has been found, and even weapons, we believe. Even weapons have been found. Vivek.
Yeah, बिल्कुल देखिए भारी मात्रा में जो हथियार हैं वो अतीक अहमद के घर से मिले हैं। हालांकि ये उसका दफ्तर है। इसके आगे का जो हिस्सा था वहां पर अतीक अहमद का घर था, जिस पर 2021 में बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई हुई थी और वो घर जमींदोज हो गया था। हालांकि ये पीछे का हिस्सा है जहां पर अतीक अहमद का दफ्तर था ये। और अतीक अहमद जब सांसद हुआ करता था तब इसी दफ्तर में बैठ करके, विधायक हुआ करता था, इसी दफ्तर में बैठ करके वो अपने लोगों से मिलता था, बातचीत करता था और तमाम जो उसकी डीलिंग्स हैं वो यहीं से होती थी। अभी उसके दफ्तर में कुछ उसके जो गुर्गे थे वो यहाँ पर रह रहे थे और इसकी जानकारी पुलिस को मिली थी। और आज कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस प्रयागराज, उन्होंने यहाँ पर अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ रेड किया है, जहाँ पर उनको भारी संख्या में जो भारी मात्रा में जो असलहे हैं वो भी बरामद हुए। उसके अलावा भारी संख्या में जो पैसा है भारी मात्रा में वो भी उनको मिला है। और ये तमाम जो गड्डियां हैं नोटों की वो यहाँ पर मिली हैं। इसमें जो तमाम मसलहे मिले हैं इनके बारे में जानकारी थोड़ी देर में जो प्रयागराज के कमिश्नर हैं वो इस बारे में जानकारी देंगे कि ये तमाम असलहों का इस्तेमाल कैसे क्या किया गया था, क्या यही वो असलहे हैं जिनका इस्तेमाल उमेश पाल की हत्या में किया गया था, या इसके पीछे का राज क्या है, आज किस कारण से ये पूरी रेड हुई है और इसके पीछे के तथ्य क्या है। ये तमाम ऐसी जानकारियां हैं जो थोड़ी ही देर में प्रयागराज के पुलिस कमिश्नर जो हैं वो इसके बारे में पूरी जानकारी देंगे। और अभी आपको बताऊं कि आज शाम को जब चकिया क्षेत्र में जो अतीक अहमद का घर है, ये जो दफ्तर है, यहाँ पर अचानक से पुलिस की टीम पहुंची, रेड किया और उस दरमियान अतीक के जो 3 लोग थे वो भी वहां पर फिलहाल पुलिस की हिरासत में है। उन लोगों से पुलिस आगे के समय आने वाले समय में पूछताछ करेगी। और ये जो एक जो बड़ा अमाउंट है जो कैश का मिला है, इसके बारे में भी जानकारी पुलिस उनसे इकट्ठा करेगी कि इन पैसों, ये किसके पैसे हैं, कब यहाँ पर आए, इन पैसों का इस्तेमाल क्या था, कौन इसको लेकर के आए। ये तमाम ऐसी जानकारियां हैं जो पुलिस इस बारे में जानकारी लेगी। और इसके साथ ही साथ आपको बताऊं कि जो
राइट। All right, Vivek, thank you for getting us all the details right now. So, a big crackdown happening. The police are raiding Atiq Ahmed's office. Those visuals there on your screen, and mega cash and weapons have been recovered, viewers. And this goes in line with what Yogi Adityanath has been very clear about, that there will be a big crackdown against the mafia and all those elements who want to create disharmony in society in Uttar Pradesh. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other story we are tracking right now. And we know it's been almost 80 hours since Amritpal is missing, and there's a hot chase right now to catch the fugitive. Now on your screen what you see is a fresh CCTV footage. The man in the pink turban is said to be Amritpal, viewers. So those are the visuals coming in. This is a fresh video. This is a fresh video. You're seeing it first in Republic TV, where a video shows Amritpal. Now that means that Amritpal has changed his clothes. And right now, as you can clearly see there, there's a man sitting right over there with a pink turban. And that is Amritpal. Let's go ahead to Amandeep, who's joining us on the phone line. Amandeep, now we see the visuals of Amritpal wearing a pink turban. We also knew that the police had found his clothes. Does that mean, and it looks like that there is some kind of a disguise that Amritpal has on? Amandeep, if you can hear me, all our viewers are watching this new CCTV footage of Amritpal's alleged escape, and it looks like that Amritpal has escaped, changed his entire appearance. He is in disguise. That's what it looks like. Any details? Amandeep.
Fresh and latest video of Amritpal Singh, who has escaped from car to bike. This is in very verified evidence, and in fact before taking the bike, Amritpal has also changed his clothes from a baptized attire, from a Nihang attire. He has turned into a pant and a shirt and changed his entire look, and then sit on a bike and managed to flee. In that video, the person in a pink turban, he is the one who is Amritpal Singh, and this video has been captured in Odhewal village in Jalandhar itself. And in fact now the police is trying to verify the location and the details of the bikes, that 2 bikes have also been involved. Shivangi, look at the sequence. First in Mercedes, then in Isuzu, then in Brezza, and now on the bikes. And in fact, what after that? One by one, the dots are being connected, that how Amritpal has been escaped from the police net, from Mercedes till bike. Every single evidence is on the Republic screen, that how he was traveling in Mercedes earlier on 18th of March, and then he has shifted to Isuzu, and then he has shifted to Brezza, and now from Brezza to bikes after changing the entire look, just because he was very much aware that there is a strong police trap that is spread among the areas. And this village in which he has changed his clothes and took the bike from the car is itself in Jalandhar, and even the police is already hunting him. So this is how he has been changed the look, and that is the reason Punjab police has released certain photos of Amritpal Singh in different looks, that now the possibility is he might change his looks just to avoid the arrest, just not to get identified by the police or the general public. So that is the reason, and these photos have been circulated among the other states also. In any case, if he has made his hideout in any other state, so at least the people and the police will be able to identify Amritpal Singh. So that is the reason, and this is a very fresh CCTV footage that we have accessed, and in fact this is very much verified. In a pink turban, Amritpal Singh shifting from car to a bike and then trying to escape from the spot. The village is Odhewal village in Jalandhar itself, where the entire operation even nearby this village, the entire operation was carried out by Punjab police itself to arrest Amritpal Singh, to break down the nexus of Waris Punjab Day. But the main point is that earlier we have seen Amritpal Singh in the attire of a Nihang, but now when he has left the car and took the bike, he has completely a different person. He was wearing a turban, normal turban, he was wearing a pant and a t-shirt, and he was sitting on the backside of the bike and just having a...
Alright viewers, we're getting these details come in where we can clearly see that K. Kavita's questioning has ended for the day. Remember, she was questioned for multiple hours today, and she also has, as you can clearly see on your screen, she's showing the phones. She showed the mobile phones to the media before entering the ED office or the Delhi excise policy. So right now, K. Kavita's questioning has ended for the day, viewers. She was at the ED office for questioning in the Delhi excise policy linked money laundering case, and she also, as you can see, she's there showing the mobile phones to the media as the investigators have questioned her regarding the alleged destruction of phones she used during the alleged scam that she has been accused of, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back details coming in. We also know that she was questioned earlier on Monday as well. She was quizzed by the ED for more than 10 hours and was called again on Tuesday, which is today. So this is the third round of questioning, which has concluded. The visuals coming in now. In total, K. Kavita was questioned for 7 hours in total, viewers. Let's take a very short break. We are live and breaking this Tuesday evening, getting you the latest on all the top stories here coming in.
The concept electric SUV EVX reveals Maruti Suzuki's bold plan towards electric mobility in India. Designed and developed by Suzuki Motor Corporation, the concept EVX is underpinned by a ground-up all-electric platform that will spawn a range of future EVs. EVX is powered by 60 kilowatt-hour battery pack, offering up to 550-kilometer driving range. The EVX bears Suzuki's signature SUV design with aerodynamic silhouette, long wheelbase, shorter overhangs and optimum ground clearance. The concept electric SUV EVX is designed to offer class-leading cabin comfort, convenience and connected features. The emotional versatile cruiser, the concept electric SUV EVX, an upcoming car with advanced technology and comfort.
A group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission. Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence, as K. Kavita has just left for the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. According to the Enforcement Directorate, is at the helm of this South group that has been brought in the picture.
Viewers, top national updates. BRS leader K. Kavita submitted all the phones she has used so far as she walked in for the third round of questioning in the Delhi Excise Policy at the Enforcement Directorate office. A letter to the ED, the 44-year-old MLC daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao said that under court here, these phones are submitted without prejudice to my right and contentions and larger contentions whether a woman's phone can be intruded in the teeth of her right to privacy. Yes, much more coming up on the other side. The Indian community comes together, gathers outside High Commission in London to protest against flag desecration.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So we unveiled the concept EV SUV called the EVX on the first day, is the 11th of January. Followed by the actual launch of two new SUVs from the house of Maruti Suzuki. One is the Fronx and the other being the Jimny. It's been an amazing response so far. Seeing a lot of interest from visitors. You can see in the Maruti Suzuki Pavilion. All the three vehicles are having a lot of interest. In fact, for the Fronx and the Jimny, which have already been launched, the bookings are already open, either at any of our Nexa showrooms or on a website. And we've already started seeing some tremendous inflow of bookings.
Sloganeering has begun here at the residence of K. Kavita, where the Telangana workers over here of the BRS are sloganeering favor of K. Kavita as the security is heightened at the residence as K. Kavita has just left for
The concept electric SUV EVX reveals Maruti Suzuki's bold plan towards electric mobility in India. Designed and developed by Suzuki Motor Corporation, the concept EVX is underpinned by a ground-up all-electric platform that will spawn a range of future EVs. EVX is powered by 60 kilowatt-hour battery pack, offering up to 550-kilometer driving range. The EVX bears Suzuki's signature SUV design with aerodynamic silhouette, long wheelbase, shorter overhangs and optimum ground clearance. The concept electric SUV EVX is designed to offer class-leading cabin comfort, convenience and connected features. The emotional versatile cruiser, the concept electric SUV EVX, an upcoming car with advanced technology and comfort.
of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
प्रयागराज का ये रसूलाबाद इलाका, दोनों दुकानें मोहम्मद गुलाम की ही हैं। उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। इस पूरी इमारत को मोहम्मद गुलाम ने अवैध रूप से खड़ा किया। काम को तेजी के साथ अंजाम देने के लिए एक और बुलडोजर यहाँ पर आ गया है, और ये देखिए ये आगे पूरा सब कुछ मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जो कहा गया था कि मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, वही आज होता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है।
Group of protesters has arrived here right at the gate of the British High Commission, and you can see that how they all have Indian flags in their hand and are chanting the slogan. This is coming after the incident when we know that at the UK High Commission in the United Kingdom, the Indian flag was brought down by some pro-Khalistani supporters, and against that this massive protest is being staged at the gate of the British High Commission.
So ladies and gentlemen, Amrit Pal, the man who's a fugitive, who's on the run, who's cocked a snook at the entire system, moves from a Mercedes to a Brezza to a bike. There are images that have been captured by cameras in all these vehicles for Amrit Pal. But then where is he right now? The Punjab police says we are trying, but the Aam Aadmi Party government says we are doing a good job. Should we really allow a state to be subjugated like this before a man called Amrit Pal? We deep dive into that big story, also get you highlights of what really has been happening and where is Amrit Pal. Has he already fled the state of Punjab as the apprehension is? Let's get kick-started this edition of the news with our headlines on top of 7. From Mercedes to a Brezza to the bike, the Punjab police now reveal how Amrit Pal escaped arrest. Khalistani preacher is still at large, but the Man government praises itself for law and order, says there is nothing to worry. Indian community comes together, gathered outside the High Commission in London to protest against the flag desecration. Interpol withdraws the red corner notice against Mehul Choksi. The Aam Aadmi Party hits out at the centre, calls this a failure. BRS leader K. Kavita's third round of questioning is underway in connection with Liquorgate. It's a massive crackdown on Atiq Ahmed. Cash and weapons recovered in the raid. The office is bulldozed. So what really is about this very, very curious case of the man called Amritpal? The same Amritpal who, along with his militia, the self-styled militia, ladies and gentlemen, not very long ago had stormed